What's up, YouTube? Welcome to Play Paint 'Em Live. Hope you guys are having a good Thursday evening. Why I do this to you? This is the time I'm always on VB, Victoria Britannica. We're just gonna say VB because I'm lazy. It's a lot of syllables, a lot of syllables to pronounce there. But anyway, yeah, here we go, man. We're gonna do another one of these. It is almost time for the July painting challenge to end. And I'm running skimpy on projects, but we are going to do some actual painting tonight. And I guess I'll just hop in the Discord. Why not? Why not? Let us just hop in the Discord. And then I think I want to do video? Yeah, let's do video. Sure. Yeah. Why not? All right. So tonight we're going to be working on a last second project, okay? The last second project, but there's a lot of work to be done, okay? So let me show you what we're working on. Oh, I gotta refresh this bad boy there. You guys kind of saw what I was working on anyway, but let's do this. Let's refresh that. There we go. You tempt me to join. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. All right. Yeah, that's right, people. We are working on the sirens. Tonight we're gonna be painting the Gotham City sirens, and I've been painting. Just started. We just started. We're working on skin tones. We doing this, man. We got Harley Quinns. Catwoman is moving along a little faster because she's just Catwoman. She's two colors, but it's all good. We're gonna make sure that everything looks fantastic by the time we're done. And then we got a couple of plants to paint up. You thought I was working on Batgirl. You thought I was. You thought I was gonna crank Batgirl out, but she's just been kind of a target for like me practice, like target practice for airbrush stuff. So she's gonna do that for a little while longer while I work on some projects. Because if we get this done, folks, that means I get to play this tomorrow. What's up, Chris? Is this any shock to you that I'm working on sirens? Yes, I know they're all eternal. I don't care. They're the sculpts that I like. So we're gonna rock these. Harley's gonna have really, really light skin on her face. I don't know. Go figure. That's kind of how she rolls. So we're gonna go super, super light skin on her face. On the face. And well, I guess I want glaze medium here. So yeah, we're gonna see how far we can go. I think we can go pretty far. Do whatever you like. Well, I couldn't find my I think I was telling you earlier, I could not find the ivy, my metal ivy that I really liked. I really liked that miniature. I don't know what happened to it. So we're gonna. I found these, and I think I found these on eBay. Decided, hey, let's do this. Let's do some sirens because I don't remember if I've ever painted this set. I think I have. I just don't remember. It's not as generic Cop 22. You know what I may do though, Chris, is I may go with I may actually throw Huntress in this crew as a henchman, just not use the live action mini. I'll use the comic mini. So I might do that, just because this crew works a lot better that way. It's basically going to be those four. So sirens plus Huntress, and then a couple plants thrown in for good measure. That is what we are looking at. I'm going to shrink Harley's mouth a little bit. Let's see, she's not quite grinning ear to ear. But I still want her to keep that fairly deranged grin. You did, and you're pretty sure you have them. Okay, so I did paint these already. No wonder these feel so familiar to me. Okay, well that's good to know. It's good to know that I've worked on these already.
Octave, it is me, your conscience. I'm here to tell you that your Canthil tilt is too high.
Ah! Ah! My conscience, damn it! You've been away for many years. I have
a timeshare.
What's going on? Conscience?
I don't know, man.
Yeah?
Alright.
You doing any painting?
Not right now, no.
Is it late or early?
Early, I suppose.
Early.
Would be the correct term.
Here you go. Early is correct. Alright. Time to paint Ivy the way I want to paint Ivy. Right? Not so much green. I'm just going to blend a little green up this way, and we're going to do the vines, and it's going to look cool, and you'll all see. I just like saying that. That's funny to me. The angry little dude. You'll see. So did you stay up this whole time? Do you sleep? Like, what's the deal?
I'm just pretty much nocturnal at this point. I mean, I recently, to my benefit, to a degree, because I've recently got a job at Amazon working night shifts where I end at 5:30.
Okay.
Which is about the time you stream, so I should be, I suppose, I don't know, rigged to both work and come back and catch the tail end of the stream.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Dicey usually streams around my lunchtime, so I catch him for my lunch, and don't tell him this. Sometimes I fall asleep in the middle of that because I like a good nap at lunch. But
I fell asleep in 2 of yours, I think.
Yes, of course I fall asleep. I've fallen asleep during my own streams. It's true. I'll just ramble and mutter, and then I'll be talking about something that makes no sense, and then I'll catch myself that I was actually asleep while streaming.
I'd be way too paranoid to fall asleep on stream. someone would hear an argument in the background, like a snore or something, and I don't know, burst from being anxious, I guess.
It could be too comfortable. Too comfortable with the camera on, because it's just a plastic thing that's in my way. That's all it is.
I never really understood the whole rigging aspect of cameras when painting, because I always figure you got to be haunched over this tripod, and your chin is jutting against the back of a camera whilst you lean forward and try and paint.
That's not too far off the truth. I mean, it definitely takes some getting used to. It's part of the reason why I always bitch when I have to paint eyes on stream, because I like to hold the model super, super close when I'm painting eyes, and you can't do that while you're streaming. But it's all good. You guys can't really make out the eyes on these models anyway. It's just you see it when I take the photo. But
you say we don't see the eyes, but the one elf model, is her name Gwendolyn?
Arwen?
The Lord, yeah, her. That was the origin of the Canthil tilt.
Yeah.
Rant.
They explained.
So I guess there's more attention to the eyes than, I don't know, thought.
I explained the whole reason why nobody loves you in so many words.
I was literally standing in front of the mirror for like half an hour, pulling like the corner of my eyes, trying to like figure out what like divergent shape my skull was. And I was like, oh no.
You wanted to
I
look
am
like a
hideous.
cat. Please make me look like a cat. That's so funny. Now that I brought it up, now I'm looking at it all the time now.
I have like a checklist whenever I'm in chat and stream. I have to either mention some kind of alien apparition. 2, Jack Daniel freehanding, and the cancel kill.
Jack Daniel freehanding.
I sleep very. I sleep worse when I don't do all 3. It's like a primordial itch in my soul that I have
It's
to
a
like.
horrible
scratch out.
thing. That's so funny. Good old Jack Daniel. Jack Daniel's tattoo. How would you even do that?
Did you
Somebody's
even, like,
gonna do it.
Did you like attempt it, or like
No.
were you just like, no, it's impossible?
No, I just straight up said, no, you're dumb. Don't ask me that.
Fair enough. I mean, like, I feel like I could probably do it on like a larger, like on like a tank maybe, but not on like someone's arm or something. That's
Well, I'm just bad at freehand anyway, so I would fail even if you gave me a big you give me a big sheet of canvas and I would still fail at it. That's just not what I do.
You probably could have got a hold of some like I've never looked into it because it involves printers and they inherently scare me on like a primordial level, and that's like custom transfer printing. And
Yeah.
you could probably custom print like tiny micro-sized Jack Daniel water transfers.
Oh yeah, you could. I've
there's some tiny ones for like O gauge model trains and stuff. Like you need like a magnifying glass to read them.
Yeah, I actually used a transfer sheet where it's like you throw it in a photocopier essentially. You scan it, and you could put an image on, and it's just a whole clear sheet of transfer. And yeah, and I did my own logo as a transfer, and then I used it as a shield emblem on my Crusaders for Saga. So my Saga army had all the Play Painted logo on their shields.
That's really like the brushes and the little crown in the middle and everything.
Yeah, you could barely see it. It's still bigger than my influence tokens that I use that actually have my logo on it, and it's the craziest thing when I show people that, and they're like, "What are those?" And they look up real close, and they're like, "Holy shit, that's your logo!" I'm like, yeah, a buddy of mine made that for me. And you can barely see it on there.
I always toy around with the idea of making like I've designed so many like stuff for like transfer ideas, but I never look into because you have to look at like printer DPPI, which is like digital pixel per inch, I think that stands for, and you have to have a really high DPPI in order to pretty much get transfers that look somewhat pleasant and detailed.
That's true.
And that usually involves a very expensive printer.
That is true. But for whatever reason, my logo worked. It's actually not the round logo that you see. It was an older logo that's like more like it's more like a shield, and that worked out.
I don't think I'm familiar with that one.
That worked okay. That was like my first logo that I ever had. It was the one that looks like a shield.
Did you like just whip up your logo like kind of like in off hours and stuff, or like did you like talk to a designer or something?
Oh no, the other painter. Believe it or not, there is another painter from Play It Painted, he designed it. He's
Cool.
he's like the quiet. He's the silent partner here, but he's the quiet, more talented painter. That's what I call him.
He's up there in the bell tower.
No, he lives about 2 hours away from me. But we used to be good friends back in the day. We used to game before we both got married, had kids, and that whole thing. And then I started this thing up and started doing commission painting. And he said he wanted to be a part of it, and he designed that logo and the current logo that I use. He designed like 3 logos for me. And he still he still posts on the Facebook page, which is cool. Sometimes people think that that's my work, and they're like, "Wow, that's really good." And I'm like, "That's not me."
So like he's got like some graphic design chops and stuff then.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, and he's just a good. He's kind of a good general sort of all around artist. And he. I think the main difference is though, like when people approach us with commissions, the question is, do you want it fast and playable, or are you willing to wait and get something, a little more display quality? And that's where we decide who gets what job, basically. And we'll send the client or whatever some examples of our work, and say, well, if you send it to Octave, you'll get it back in a couple of weeks. If you send it to Phil, you'll get it in probably a few months. And it's like, well, how important is this to you to get on the table? But it works very well, and yeah, he's actually the guy. If I don't know if you're on my Discord.
But I'm not. But I tried to find the link, but I searched for like an hour and I couldn't find it.
Okay, I'll send it to you. He's the one that painted the Viking army for Saga. So
I remember seeing that in the week 3 recap. Actually, it looked really good. I think.
Yeah, that's his project. We used to run an event, a yearly event called Saugust, which is obviously a Saga tournament in August, and he would host. That was his one event a year to host. So he really loves Saga.
I actually remember it now. So Saga, from what I remember being explained in that stream that happened a few weeks back, was that it's basically kind of like mixed wars through history. I imagine gunpowder, Napoleonic-y stuff. Like I saw like Celts. I saw like I don't know if it's ancient world. I assume it's like early medieval period, like kind of Celts and Anglicans and. Yes,
that's the original version of the game is that period. Hey, what's up, Nelson? But they also cover in expansions. They've done the Crusades. So I had a Crusader army, and then now they're doing the Pendragon period. So even though that's obviously not a true historical period.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, wait.
When Merlin was running around, that's 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 where we're at in Saga. But yeah, I guess David Moffat and company, or who is that? Bithron and David Moffat, that he's trying to get some of those folks to play Saga. And just because
I like a game I'm interested in.
Yeah, just because it's a game I like, I'm also gonna just help push. Even though I haven't played Saga in a couple years, I still have all the dice, which is the important part. But I sold my armies.
I really need to like expand my wargaming horizons a bit, because I've only really ever played Games Workshop games mainly just 40k.
Yeah.
But I'd love to play Bolt Action.
I would love to play Bolt Action.
I have like a really cool idea for like, because like whatever like game I play, I always like playing the mega niche. Like if I got like a Bolt Action, I wouldn't be like USA or like Germany. It'd be like, oh, this is the French Foreign Legion, or like this is the you know, or like
I've been waiting
like an Afghan rifleer.
Yeah,
or something like
North
that.
African Legion or the West African Legion. You could do well. I've been waiting for Bolt Action because they have like the Japanese forces as well. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll play Japanese. That would be fun. But I'm waiting for them to do Filipino militiamen because I want to do like if I were to do Bolt Action, I would do like a bunch of Filipino like farmers. Essentially, essentially just freedom fighters, and then have and U.S. troops
That'd be cool.
in there as well. That would be super fun, and I'm like waiting for them to do it. And in fact, I talked to somebody who was involved in Bolt Action, and they're like, "Yeah, we've been looking at doing something like that." So, the problem is, I would love that game. That's an issue. Like I know I would have a lot of fun playing Bolt Action, but yeah, I mean, you figure probably a good 60% of wargamers, maybe more, have only played Games Workshop games, and I understand why. It's because whatever area you're in, that's just the easiest, most available thing you're going to have. It can be a lot harder to find the niche clubs, that play the smaller games. But man, yeah. What game were we talking about? Well, right now we're all talking about Batman because it's the hype right now. But we're gonna play tomorrow. I'm gonna play some Guild Ball, which is one of my favorite all-time games. And then I'm gonna try to get in. So Chris is listening. So I'm gonna try to get in a game of Guild Ball early. With Sean, and then come back home, act like a good, responsible adult for a couple of hours, and then I can go back out and play play some Batman with Chris and Bing, and probably Matt too. So we got to figure out where. If it happens back here, then I'll kick on the camera and we'll stream it. I would prefer to do that actually. Because I could use the content.
That but some outdoor gaming table action would be pretty cool because from what I understand, it's sunny over there.
Oh yeah, weather is great right now, and this, like I said, we cleaned up this place specifically so we could do that.
Your hobby room is like a micro nirvana, to be honest. Like I'm like here, like I'm like here in my squalid tiny desk that like chafes my wrists, like squinting to like do an edge highlight, and you've got like this control bunker with like a swivel chair and 3 different tables.
Yeah, right. I'm really not kidding when I say that this room was a major factor in us buying this house. It was like, oh man, that could be the game room right there. It's got access outside. It's perfect.
Honestly, it looks really cool. It's kind of like... Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I wasn't saying anything.
It looks like a bit of real estate, to be honest, because like I've only really seen houses that have like those kind of outdoor back rooms in like the back of the house.
Yeah.
Or I think this is like a key difference between like kind of British and American gardens. They said this in like an old World War II reel to like equate American soldiers that are like were stationed in England, how things are a bit different, and British gardens have big hedges around it, whereas Americans kind of have the idea of like the porch. You know, it's kind of like open, whereas over here it's all kind of like crowded off. So that kind of takes away from, like, I don't know, the idea of a gaming table. Because I've just seen cars go by while playing a game. I don't know, it appeals to me in some kind of way.
Well, back here it's still pretty tight. I mean, I'm in a condo, and so a condominium, and so there's neighbors right across from us, but there's plenty of space to game outside, and then there's kind of like I guess it's kind of like a yard area where my boys run around out there. But there's actually a lot of people in this place, but it's just the way it's designed. There's plenty of privacy, and you have this neat little area back here.
Yeah, so it looks really wholesome and like comfortable.
Yeah, it is quite nice, and and secluded up here. You don't really, even though there's a lot of people living here, you don't feel like you don't ever really feel like it's very crowded.
Yeah, it's like kind of suburby kind of.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, Nelson called this place the Bat Cave before, which it kind of is for me anyway. Like, it's my little sanctuary here.
Did you put up like some paper mache stalagmites and stalactites and stuff?
Yeah, my kids would love that. And then the problem would be they wouldn't leave this area. Then it would lose its function. But yeah, so pre-COVID, we used to come here during Batman First Edition. We used to come back here and set up tables back here. And you could potentially set up 5 games here. So it's like at one point we were like, let's just throw a tournament here. You could have 10 people playing Guild Ball or whatever. So that it was an idea at one point, but obviously all this stuff happened, and now nobody goes anywhere. But
yeah,
it is
scary. 2020 stuff just disappeared. Just kind of gone.
It's 2020 is the start of the movie, as I see it.
Oh, that sounds ominous.
If you watch, have you ever watched Berserk? You ever watch that anime?
No, I've heard it's like very kind of gory and
yes,
out there.
It is real. It's a really messed up anime, and it's one of the first fantasy themed anime. And so you follow this story of basically the main characters, and they have the company of knights that they're in, and you get that whole story. And then at some point, an entire apocalypse happens in one episode, and it just wrecks like all of the characters and changes the entire storyline in basically one episode. It's like that. That's what we're in. We're at that. We've hit that episode where the good companionship times are over now, and now we must face the apocalypse.
You're a bundle of optimism, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Personally, I would not like to be a background character in a notoriously violent anime.
Yes,
that doesn't bode well for those kind of archetypes.
No, you never want to be a back. That was like one of the questions, I think, and the challenge, right? Like, pick a war movie that you get to be an extra in. I'm like, no. Put me in Hot Tub Time Machine, or put me in one of those movies that's just a house party that's gone out of control. Because I'd much rather be an extra in those movies. Those movies are fantastic.
If I had to pick I don't know, a war I'd be in, I'd pick one of those 5 kind of famous wars that only lasted for like a few minutes or like a few hours. I'd like to be in the Anglo Zanzibar War, which lasted, I think, about an hour.
Oh, that's nice. It's a good
So,
spot.
I'd just be in the deck, like hiding in a barrel somewhere.
Well, what was that? What was that? That naval battle between the French and the English, which is boiled down to the English having longer
Trafalgar?
artillery. They just had longer range artillery, so the battle was over in like an hour. The French couldn't hit them.
It sounds like Trafalgar to me with
Maybe.
Nelson. He's in the chat. Nelson's in the chat.
Nelson's in the chat.
Is that the Lord Admiral Nelson?
No.
Nelson is actually like a really cool historical figure. Especially kind of like in like kind of the age of like putting kind of like minority or like disenfranchised peoples in like prominent positions. Nelson was pretty handicapped. Like I think he had like a leg missing, an armlet missing, an eye missing. Like he was like basically like a few bricks short of a Lego kit. He
Awesome.
like had half of his body more or less missing, and he was like the main admiral for the British Navy for like almost 2 decades. It's kind of like a story that like his life is kind of like if someone had told you about it, they wouldn't believe you.
Yeah, he's
a really interesting figure.
He's like Stephen Hawking, except he blows people up from his ship.
He blows the friendship.
Yeah, Admiral Nelson is the person who helped defeat the Spanish fleet. That is correct, sir.
I think it's French.
Is it the French fleet?
I think
thought it was.
You might be thinking of Trafalgar was French because that was against Napoleon, and the Spanish, and I think you might be thinking of the Spanish Armada, which we didn't win. The weather one. People make out like the defeat of the Spanish Armada was like, oh, Sir Walter Raleigh tricked them and won through like tactic and cunning. No, there was really English weather happened. The English didn't beat the Spanish. It was
Hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, you get a lot of people that just kind of claim everything.
Chris says, here I thought we'd be going down the Kenshiro route. You're already dead. Oh, yeah. Omaewa. See, you know where...
That racist. I shouldn't do that probably.
My son asked... No, it's not racist. My son asked me, like, because he's heard the meme, but he's never watched Fist of the North Star. Obviously. I don't know. And he asked me, he's like, Daddy, what does that mean? And I said, well, it means you're already dead. He's like, where's that from? Like, yeah, well, there's this guy named Kenshiro, and he punched this really fat dude. Well, first he did 100 kicks to his belly, and then when his fat opened up, he punched him in the center of the fat. I can explain that to my son, and he's like, that sounds disgusting, Dad. Yep. It was awesome.
Wholesome father.
Yes.
I've never actually seen Fist of the North Star. I should, but I mean, I've seen JoJo, but everyone's seen JoJo now.
Oh, you've never seen the
not the
so there's the movie Fist of the North Star, and then there's the animated, the original anime series, and both are worth watching. But if you could only pick one, obviously watch the movie, because you get a lot of that, and the series is incredibly funny. If you guys remember the dry your tears scene that we talked about on stream many years ago, but essentially I think that's where JoJo got inspired from.
It's heavily Fist of the North Star.
Right, but not just Fist of the North Star. There's a specific scene that if you were going to roll Fist of the North Star into JoJo, and it would look seamless, is you have to look at the final scene of not the original animated series Fist of the North Star, but the Rao's King Rao series, which was like a spin-off miniseries. And in this series, there's this guy named Rao the Conqueror. He's like the big bad. He's one of the big bad guys in Fist of the North Star, and he gets his own series. And at the end of his series, like, he has defeated, like, he kicks the living shit out of everybody he's come across, and he beats up somebody who like, at the end of the series, he kills somebody that he, like, deeply respects. And he starts, and then he gets, like, super emotional. And so you have this, like, huge muscular dude who picks up this other, like, dying muscular guy's body and embraces him. Then he gets on his horse, and so you've got this shirtless, like, basically naked buff guy on his horse, who, with tears streaming down his face, and they keep flashing, like, in the background, they keep flashing photos of other large muscular men. And they're playing this, like, really sad, dry your tears. It's like this really sad song.
Like some grungy kind of thing.
I have to post the link to it for you to believe that this is a real thing. But when they made that scene, they were really trying to be serious. Like, man, this is like the Warrior's Code or whatever. And it just comes off as like the most homoerotic thing you've ever seen in your life, basically. And I'm like, yeah, that would roll straight into JoJo. Like, you could just show that scene, and it would be a perfect transition. And then JoJo would make perfect sense at that point, which is saying a lot. But yeah.
I've often heard JoJo be described as like the Japanese Star Wars. I mean, I'm not sure if it's that big a phenomenon over there.
I don't know.
Star Wars is massive. Like people, I don't think people understand how especially like when it first came out and everything. And hell, even now it's still popular. It's got a lot of holes poked into it and stuff. But like, I don't think people understand like the life, like the franchise life of Star Wars, and just how much cultural influence, how much money it's made.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it really compares to JoJo, but I get it in the sense like, oh, it's like a saga following a family. The themes are very similar.
Yeah, it definitely, I don't think you could make that argument about the reach of JoJo. So I agree. Yeah. I don't think you could make that argument. I think if you were going to say that, I guess that's what it's more like, it's an epic tale following this, following a lineage, basically.
I don't really think anything can really be compared to Star Wars on a cultural level.
Not anymore.
No, I don't think you really will, because, not to be, I don't know, a cynic, you don't see new franchises and new series coming about that often.
Right. The closest I think that we ever got to something like that would be the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Oh, okay.
That might be it, but they never, the other trilogies, the Hobbit trilogy just didn't do what everyone was expecting it to do, and then basically everyone's waiting for Dune to ever, challenge.
Don't talk to me about Dune, please don't, because they've made some. Have you seen the guy that got Baron Harkonnen?
No, I haven't seen. I haven't been following the Dune news personally.
I love Dune. I've read pretty much all the books, and I actually, controversially, I like the David Lynch film.
I also like the David Lynch film.
It's just the aesthetics. They nail the look of it. It's so Geigery.
I watched that film in the theater when I was 13 or something like that, 12 or 13, and I was with my older cousin, and she was 17. And she just couldn't stop asking me questions all throughout I'm like, shh, what is the spice? How do you do? Shh. for 3 hours.
Bro?
Yeah.
Come on.
But yeah, I did like I do like the David Lynch. I don't care how campy it is. I think it's awesome. I don't care.
So recently in chat, I made a very spurious claim that I believe I have yet to back up that I was demanded to, and that was my opinion that I liked Batman and Robin probably the best.
Wow. Yeah. There's Batman fans in my chat. We're gonna see how this goes.
Okay, yeah, okay. Just like get ready to hang me here, because like this is a pretty Batman-centered audience, so I'm probably gonna get strung up here. Right. So, for my opening, I think my opening statement actually might make my case worse. Actually, now that I think about it. So I've only ever seen 2 Batman films.
Okay.
And that's The Dark Knight and Batman and Robin.
Oh wow. Okay. So you haven't seen any Keaton stuff?
I've not. I've seen bits and pieces of them.
Okay.
I really want to watch the one with he's the guy, Danny DeVito.
Penguin.
One, he's the Penguin.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that one.
But like I've not seen the other films, so I can't fairly contrast how they are. And I'm always of the opinion you can't really knock on something until you've actually experienced it. Because people bandwagon, and I just think that's a silly. Like, why give input if you've not experienced it?
Sure.
But from what I've seen of the other kind of 80s and 90s films of Batman, like the one with Jim Carrey as the Riddler, I'd say it's 10 times more campy and 10 times more cheesy than Batman and Robin.
Okay, I'm with you.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm with you. Sure.
Now,
oh wait, we've got another person in the chat. Chris V is saying all you need is Batman and Robin because Arnie says it's good. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. There you go. You've got.
You've survived.
You've got Arnie's praise.
You made it through. I know it's true. Basically, I don't. If Arnie's on board, I'm on board. That's just how it works.
Is it like fair to say that California elected Mr. Freeze to be their to be their governor?
We were hoping that we were going to get Predator. I'm sorry, that we were hoping that we were going to get, the Terminator or Dutch from Predator, and I think we got Mr. Freeze. But it's okay. we were still pretty happy with that choice. So yeah.
And not to dip toes into politics, because that's the death of everything. From what I understand, Arnie was like all right as like a statesman.
Yeah.
I don't know much.
No, he actually. I mean, you guys in the chat can disagree with it or counterpoint me if you want. I was very impressed that when he first said he was going to run, I was like, okay, this is a little. Are we just making a mockery of our, of our government? And and he'd come out in public, and people would make fun of his opponents, which were there maybe like 4 people. Were like, he doesn't say California right, California, and but everybody was like, yeah, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger. He says California the exact way we want him to say California.
Yeah.
So we're okay with this. There's no issue here. And as a statesman, really, he just had a really good set of advisors. The funny thing is he brought in, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but he brought in Rob Lowe as an advisor for a short period. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that's a true thing. Like, he brought in Rob Lowe to help run the state of California, but for a very short while. But yeah, it wasn't so much about Schwarzenegger, like his ability per se. It's just that he was one of those rare unifying things, because he was he was Republican, and this is a very, very blue state, but he was also a celebrity and just beloved by everybody, and just such a fixture in California too.
I mean, he had a high approval. I think it was like 85, not 85. It was going to be like 70 odd approval rating.
He had a very high approval rating. And
Also,
you know,
he wasn't a very kind of like radical guy. He was just kind of like middle of the road sort
exactly.
of, you know,
Yeah, and so he had a lot of things going for him.
even-handed, you know.
He had broad appeal. He was obviously a celebrity. You know, that was when it was a period when you know the other states in the union were laughing at California, which they often do and often justified. But in this case, it was actually a pretty good call to put Schwarzenegger in. And then then you start seeing like Jesse Ventura wins over in Minnesota, also from Predator, and we're like, okay, when is Bill Dukes gonna get a state? We like wanted all of the cast of Predator to become governors somewhere. Unfortunately,
I don't think you understand, Octave.
Yeah, that unfortunately.
I'm trying to run for governor. These people, they want me here.
And
I love Jesse. Jesse is a god. I love Jesse.
Yeah, and Jesse Ventura, he did a decent job as governor. He kind of towards the end there, he kind of got into some weird sides of politics.
He's got like some weird conspiracy stuff going off, I think.
Yeah, but when he was in office, that was super cool. That was kind of a thing. It's like, yeah, you can you can put some of these guys in office, and as long as they're surrounded by good people, and they can do.
Ultimately, like the people around you, like there's I forget what it was. My grandfather told me some kind of like venerable saying. It's like without others holding the crown, it sinks. Without others holding the crown, it sinks into your head, or something like that.
I like that saying.
Yeah, it's like the general gist is being like, it's not,
it's not just one person. Yeah.
There's no one powerful person. There is a person who has been given power who really is. It's five puppeteers controlling one puppet.
Sure.
And there's all sorts of influences, and people around you will tug you in different directions.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh!
Like
Chris is reminding me that there was the porn star that ran for governor. That's true. And now they're talking about Kindergarten Cop. We were hoping for the T-800, but we got Kindergarten Cop. It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor. Oh man!
I was frozen today.
Is that the same film?
Is it? I don't remember. The only thing I remember about Kindergarten.
I was frozen today.
That's what he does. It's like Doc Brown from Back to the Future, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, he freezes him. Oh no, I'm thinking of the one with Hulk Hogan. That's.
Oh jeez.
That's called. It's like something cop.
With Hulk Hogan.
It's like he's like an intergalactic bounty hunter, and he ends up in like some suburb.
I'm embarrassed that you know this and I don't.
Oh my god! I
should know this. I feel like I should be the one to know that, but I don't know that.
I really. If anyone in chat knows, please put it. It's Hulk Hogan. He's like an intergalactic bounty hunter. He's like in this suburb of like Florida. And there's some evil villain called like Duraxus or something, some like evil alien mutant overlord who's trying to like blow up the Earth because
I'm on board.
I don't know.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
And like he befriends some kid, and the kid helps him defeat the guy somehow.
Yes. So the plot of every 80s sci-fi movie, basically. Awesome.
Anyway,
man, we were talking about Dune though. We were talking about Batman and how much we like Dune, and I don't give a shit. I did like the David Lynch Dune, and I like
my defense of Batman.
Kyle MacLachlan was hilarious, and everybody. I remember everybody making such a big deal about Sting being in the movie.
Oh, Sting's wicked as Fade.
Yeah.
He nailed it, and
Sting is that weird. I think Sting is a really good actor. Like he played some creepy dudes in some films back in the day. Oh, see, Sean's got it. Suburban Commando. That's the Hulk Hogan movie.
Thank you so much, Sean. You are a trivia god. It's actually a good film. Thank you for getting that, by the way. 'Cause I never would have remembered that.
But yeah, Sting in Dune was really cool.
He's definitely Fade. Like if you read like the book descriptions of how Fade looks, that's exactly him.
Yeah. I've only read, Dune, and I want to read more. I want to read more of the story of Dune, but instead I've kind of relegated myself to watching a YouTube channel that does what I think is a really good job of covering Dune.
I think I know who you're talking about.
It's called Quinn's Ideas.
Yep,
It was originally called Ideas of Ice and Fire. Because he covered a lot of Game of Thrones and Song of Ice and Fire, obviously. But Quinn is really cool. I watched his entire series on Dune, and especially when you get to God Emperor of Dune, I'm like, wow, that's really the story. Like that's what they were really going for. And if you only watch the movie, you're getting you're getting maybe a fifth of the story. You're getting just like you're getting almost just like the preamble to the story. So that was really cool.
The David Lynch film was just setting the scene effectively. It's if anyone's out there, watch the David Lynch film, read the book, read all the books if you can. It's brilliant. It's basically like the precursor to like what a lot of early 40k lore was. Like Navigators come from there. I love the idea of the my favorite things in Dune are probably the the Mentats.
Yep. Where's Lucchesi? I'm sorry. One of the guys in chats regularly, Lucchesi, is a huge Dune fan, so he would be on board with this. Sorry to interrupt you here. Go ahead.
But the Mentat, because I watched and read, I pretty much read all of Dune when I was a kid. Because I grew up in Egypt.
Oh wow!
I wasn't born in Egypt. I just grew up there.
You military kid? Is that why?
No, just kind of business stuff.
Okay.
Grandparents have a lot of like stuff over there and relationships and with people and whatnot. But anyway, I pretty much grew up in Egypt, and I'd probably get moved around like different parts of the Middle East, like in the early 2000s, which as a kid, in hindsight, didn't feel too bad. But looking back, I probably didn't want to grow up in the Middle East in the early 2000s, to be honest.
Right.
But yeah, it's kind of mad looking back.
Did you look at your parents and go like, "What the hell were you thinking?"
Kinda. I don't know. It was fun. It was like you met a lot of interesting people. You get exposed to a lot of new ideas. It's fun.
Sure.
And one of the biggest English to Arabic texts that they commercially sell over there is actually Dune, which
makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, I think the book is now banned in those countries, but
which also makes a lot of sense.
Which also makes a lot of sense. But as I was kind of like, living up in a country that speaks predominantly Arabic, maybe it would help to learn a bit of Arabic. So I'd read the Dune books. And eventually I kind of picked it up. I kind of lost all my ability to speak it because I left as a teenager. I was practically fluent, and then just kind of like left. I can still have a conversation, but like like a Assalamu alaikum and stuff like that, but can't really go much into it anymore. And I just read Dune in Arabic.
That's cool.
And I read all this stuff as a kid, and like I remember one of the things I'd do as a kid whenever I was trying to go to bed, because I had like a lot of problems sleeping. I'd always do like the Mentat mantra to try and go to bed. It is
it is by the juice of Safu that the lips acquire speed. Oh yeah.
Lips acquire speed. The lips acquire
Or
speed.
stain.
I forgot. Lips acquire speed. The lips acquire stains. The stains become warnings by will alone. Set my mind in motion. There we go.
Yep. Lucchesi used to say that all the time. That's his. Yeah. It is by will
It's just
alone
like a
I
little-
set my mind in motion.
Emotion. It's better abusive. Yeah. It was like a little thing to say over and over again. Just kind of.
It's a cool thing to say. I've said
Yeah.
it. I used to say it. I used to do that too. I used to say that because I thought that was such a cool, like, little prayer there.
Mantra.
Mm-hmm. It's not a prayer. It's like, yeah, it's a mantra.
Yeah, it's like a little mental exercise. Like I do it like whenever I need to be like amped up mentally. I used to do it before I took a test. Like I was waiting
You
around
don't-
tapping my foot.
If you were a more casual fan of Dune, you would say, "I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer."
Oh my god!
But
yeah,
if you launched into the longer version of that, that's kind of cool, also, right? If you launch into the full quote of that, that would also be
there is the little
cool.
death.
right. But yeah, I used
Dune
to.
is so cool.
I'm just really shocked that Dune does not have all of the, we'll just say all of the commercial clout that these other franchises have. When it is it is such a beloved series, and you can, a lot of people can make the argument that it's really so many of these other popular franchises and popular lore was all inspired by Dune.
Yeah.
Um,
Because Dune was 1964. Also, I Am Legend in chat. I think maybe you were asking about the Mentats mantra or the Mentats prayer. You can probably look it up on YouTube. There's like one of the characters from the film, Peter DeRees, who's kind of like this kind of sly kind of.
Yeah, he's a shady mentat. And he's got a big old head of hair, and he's like a real ratty looking face. But yeah, I guess you could look up "I Set My Mind in Motion" or "It Is by Will Alone I Set My Mind in Motion," and you'll see it'll pull up on YouTube. Because Piter is basically he's saying it as he's I think they're landing a ship on Giedi Prime or something like that. I think that's the scene.
Yeah. Have you seen like the original kind of like H.R. Geiger designs for like some of there's a book. It's kind of one of the it's kind of like the Necronomicon, H.R. Geiger's like original art book of all his works and everything. And
I haven't seen that.
They're really hard to get a hold of. They're kind of like out of production and stuff now, but I have a friend who owns a signed copy, and I'm so jealous of him. But there was another book which is called I think it's just called H.R. Geiger's Illustrated World of Dune.
Oh, cool.
And from my understanding, he didn't even talk to Frank Herbert. He just kind of like drew a bunch of his stuff and published it.
Wow.
I don't know if there was copyright stuff back there. I don't know. It was in Switzerland. You can do anything in Switzerland. You get away with it.
H.R. Geiger was kind of a mad dude, though. I mean,
oh yeah, he's insane.
That's the genius of
the older man.
Right.
I think he passed away a few years ago, actually.
Oh, he did. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he passed away in 2018, I think. But
yeah, that would be a cool thing for you to say, Nelson. Here you go. He just typed it in. It is by will alone. Oh, he skipped the first part. It is by the juice of Safu that thoughts acquire speed, the lips acquire stains, the stains become a warning. It is by will alone I set my mind in motion. And you're supposed to say it that fast because he says it in the movie. He repeats it over and over again, like fast. Man,
I really like Piter's performance in the film because
for sure.
He's always like ticking or like tapping something or like
Mm-hmm.
Like the man disdained not hearing his own voice, sort of deal.
It's really interesting to see that him as a mentat, and then Thufir. Thufir is a lot more stately, He's much more staid. It's really interesting. And then if you don't understand what a mentat is, you would never know that these two characters essentially are performing the same roles for their respective houses. That they're basically just living computers.
Yes, because the computers have been banned because abominable intelligence. That's where 40K gets it from. The Men of Iron were originally a 40K concept, originally a Frank Herbert concept.
Mm-hmm.
They banned all thinking machines because they nearly, ruined everything.
So let's see. So Sean is saying Dune, The Warriors, which hold on, and Mad Max need tabletop games. Well, okay, so Mad Max, the closest thing you have is what's it called? The Car Wars game.
Darth Torloin's.
Darth Torloin's thing.
Project thing.
Yeah, I forget what it's called now.
I think it's called is it called Scrap Racers or Waste Raiders? Or something like that?
No, it's.
I could go look.
Yeah, we could go look, but anyways, that's the closest you can get to Mad Max. The Warriors, Sean, believe it or not, there was a game on Kickstarter that they tried to launch, I want to say about 3 years ago, which was a miniature, Gaslands, thanks Chris. They were trying to kickstart a miniatures game based on the Warriors, which would be hilarious and fun and awesome. And then Dune, they never quite. They had some. They had a board game Dune that I played, which was interesting, but they never did a Dune miniatures game. They could totally do a Dune miniatures game though, but it probably cost you like $600 to buy a sandworm. Forge World would make the sandworm.
That'd be amazing. I don't even know who owns the Dune license.
Yeah, I don't know.
I imagine it's the Herbert estate because
right, because the son is still alive. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's wrote a few Dune novels as well, but they're not considered true canon by some people.
Right. Whatever.
He has access to all of his notes and all of his stuff like that. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I think a bunch of people would get into a Dune themed miniatures game.
No, that'd be really cool, actually.
I would want to just play. I think a lot of people would want to just play, House Atreides, pre-betrayal. They probably have a sick military. That would be a fun.
Just gotta have a Pactress do it.
Yeah, they would be a little OP. People would be upset about that.
I have a feeling that the David Lynch version wouldn't probably happen because I believe that's a Fox film, isn't it?
I don't know.
Fox.
Probably.
I think it's Fox, and Fox is really litigious with third-party stuff. Marvel not so much, or DC, because I think the parent company's Disney, isn't it? Now.
Yeah.
I think Disney owns everything. Or Disney owns Fox. So
that's true. Disney owns it all now.
We literally live in the age of the mega corporation.
Yes, we do.
We literally do. It's scary.
Oh, we're talking about the Judge Dredd game. There were actually, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. There were 2 different Judge Dredd miniature games.
There was one made by Games Workshop,
and there's one made by Warlord. They made a Judge Dredd game, and when that game first came out, the miniatures were atrocious. The Warlord Judge Dredd game, that was Nelson, I think you asked me to look at the miniatures for the Judge Dredd game. It could have been you or somebody that was like, please do this Judge Dredd thing, and I looked at the miniatures kit and I was like, no. Let's give them another edition, make them fix these molds, and then we'll go and then maybe we'll do something for Judge Dredd. But yeah, the minute that was a shame. That was a real shame because Judge Dredd. There was also a Judge Dredd. It was kind of like an RPG hybrid skirmish where you could create your own characters in Judge Dredd. That was when we've really first started to develop Judgmental Uncle. Judgmental Uncle became a thing in the Judge Dredd game. So that worked out. But yeah,
Ivy's looking pretty cool here, dude.
Thanks. Like I said, I'm just going like I do not I don't like the studio art. Where did it go?
I've seen some of the studio from because I was actually checking out some Batman models the other day since I've been watching you paint a lot of these guys up, and they have like again, it's good. I'm
good.
Not, I'm not going to say it's bad.
Like,
but,
I can't paint like that. There's no way.
But like there's some like basic like kind of color theory thing like I hate to be like, an art snob.
No, look though. I mean, she's got red hair and her shirt is kind of pinkish orange. Like that's just weird. And
yeah, you want to have some contrast.
Yeah. I just like
that's the reason why I love your rendition of Ivy. Actually, I probably say like it's probably one of the best models I've seen. Like someone that I know have painted in a long time because people often feel kind of crammed into a corner. Like they always paint it to the same standard that it is on the box.
Yeah,
which is something that I do to myself a lot. But no, you took the initiative, made a decision, and frankly, I think it came out well and better.
This just makes sense to me. That Ivy should look like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense to me. I don't know. I'm glad other people like that. But yeah, it's I like it. I am gonna blend a little bit of green, a little bit more green up the legs to blend this together. But for the most part, that's what I'm gonna be doing with Ivy here.
That's one technique that I've actually. So like I believe this was discussed. This is the week 3 recap where you had Taeon. There was a conversation about you don't get complacent with your painting, and I feel like I'm there because like everything that I paint is more or less rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. I know I kind of slowly nailed down my technique for what I need to do, but I've not painted flesh really much at all. I want to learn. I don't really know blending that well. I mean, hell, I'm colorblind. So, like, I don't even, I mean, the other day I said, oh, look, that's a nice blue cape. It's purple. It's like, oh.
Well, I mean, Games Workshop, if you're going to do skin, most of their, like, heavily, we'll say partially nude miniatures are all kind of like demon skin. So you don't really get to do much of this type of this type of work.
It's less soft,
and it's like hyper muscular too. So, like you paint that a very different way that you paint something like this. But this is for me like this is fun painting. We were talking about getting stagnant because it's something that happens to at least to all of us, and sometimes I will say I feel like there have been like whole years that have gone by where I feel like I haven't learned anything new this year. Like I've just been, I have a formula for doing this. I know exactly how I'm going to paint this, and that's cool, right? It gets the job done, but if you're not progressing, you're not really enjoying your hobby as well as you could be. So, when I pick up something new and when I try to learn something new, that's when it gets exciting. I just hope I don't wreck a miniature doing it.
That's the fear there, isn't it?
Yeah.
The fear is of, you don't want to spend money on a model. Why risk potentially ruining a model when, you just stick to your guns and you don't ruin it? But, like getting stagnant, I mean, if you're comfortable with what you're doing, fair enough. But I think it's important for every hobbyist to expand what they're doing. Like, for me, I
I recently learned how to wet blend. I've only done it once, so I'm not sure if I've mastered it or anything, but I did it and I was happy with it. I'll send you a picture actually in a sec. And it's fulfilling when you learn how to do a new thing. It's like one of those dopamine boosts you get in hobbying. It's like the same as finishing a model. Oh, that power sword looks really cool. Oh, that flesh tone, it's got a good transition.
Right, and like for me, it's like I picked up oil painting recently, and I've been playing around with that, and that has been super fun. And I was so worried that I was just going to ruin a bunch of miniatures with oil painting, because that's actually is a real fear with something like that. It's a lot harder to fix than some of the other painting techniques you learn. But it's just so much fun to do that it's been fun, and I'm planning on doing more oil painting, specifically in Mythic Battles. So I'm gonna use it there because they have, I guess, all a massive amount of skin that you have in Mythic Battles. Miniatures can lend itself to that. But yeah, this year for me, it's been oils, and I guess if I were to say anything, it's those color shift paints. I've been playing around with those a lot. I spent like the better part of 2 years just learning glazing. Right? I just decided I wanted to learn glazing, and I wanted to figure out like different things you could do with inks. So that became a priority for a little bit. And it's just fun to do that kind of stuff. Oh, you have Sean is smart. He uses other miniatures. So he uses WizKid miniatures to try out different techniques. I used to have a model that sat. It was so sad. For a number of years, I had a model that sat on my desk that her whole job was for me to test skin tones on. And she was like a kind of a half beat up Kingdom Death miniature. So she had a lot of skin and like these big rounded areas, and I would just try different skin formulas on her, and she got layer after layer after layer, and then
describing Kingdom Death models quite well.
Yeah.
Everything is well rounded and skin tones. And,
everything is very voluptuous, and there's just skin everywhere. So she was perfect for that, but at one point I just felt too guilty about what I was doing to this poor model. So I dropped it into some Simple Green and gave her a decent paint job and sent her on her way. And I said, okay, now that I have tortured you thoroughly for the good part of, a couple years, here you go.
That's another thing that I always want to dip my toe into, stripping models. I know, like, you'll see this like question asked in the forums and in comment sections every now and again, and you'll just get someone going, you just put it in Simple Green, it go. And it's not
that easy, right?
I can't even get a hold of Simple Green in this country properly without exporting it for ludicrous amounts of money.
Yeah, and to be truthful, when I say Simple Green here, I'm actually talking about a product called Totally Awesome, which is this weird purple product, but it's basically Simple Green for us Californians.
It sounds like the off-brand.
It is. That's exactly what it is. And like that was when you think about the guys that discovered that and how desperate they were. They were definitely in a Big Lots. Yeah, they were in a Big Lots and they were looking for Simple Green, and they were in the California area because that's where this Totally Awesome stuff is easiest to find. So I know it was a local here going, I really need to strip this model, and I've got a game tomorrow, and he couldn't make it over to a proper shop that sold Simple Green, and so he tried this Totally Awesome stuff, and once his girlfriend was done making fun of him, he found out that it actually worked. So that's my theory on how this stuff gets discovered.
I kind of had
a freak laboratory accident with stripping models when I was a child around 12.
Oh yeah.
I had the old Finecast Plague Marines that they no longer sell.
Oh, wow.
I must have been 12. I must have been 12 at the time, or like 13. And I basically I'd knackered at the paint job. I couldn't paint. I'd only really say that I would be able to paint to a standard I'm happy to now, this year. This is the year where I'm actually like, oh yes, I can do good things. Or like acceptable things. But, 12-year-old me, bad. So I was desperate to strip these models, so I got like my mum's nail polish remover, put them in a cup, and stirred it with a toothbrush.
And these were
And I
plastic models.
No, these are resin. These are Finecast.
Oh, okay.
But and this was the old Finecast, not the newer Finecast, like the beigey colored Finecast. This is
Okay.
like the old kind of like
Yeah, this is-
teal.
I remember that resin formula. It wasn't just
Yeah.
used in Finecast, but yes, I know
Yeah.
what resin you're talking about.
Yeah. And I checked it a few hours later. Oh, paint started to come off. Oh, there's still a bit on there. Let me scrub it off. It's not coming out. Let me leave it in there. We go out for a bike ride for a few hours, come back, and there is a cup of loquacious plague marine fluid resin.
Just goo.
Just goo. Like there was like stump, like humanoid kind of like silhouettes left in there. And I was so upset. I think I cried. I cried.
Oh no!
It was horrible. And ever since then, I've kind of been shy about it because
Oh yeah, for sure. That'll traumatize you for a while.
Yeah, I've just got to go. I just got to go find a product that works over here because
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds weird. I'm not a massive fan of like talking about like hobby stuff with other British people, I guess, just because I feel like a lot of kind of people over here, and not to generalize or anything, but I feel like a lot of people over here kind of like talk too much about it. If that makes any sense, or like they kind of come off as like know-it-alls about it. It's very, I would say that like the hobby scene over here is very elitist, just in terms of like, I don't know, modeling choice, where
Okay.
I'd say people from America and elsewhere seem to be kind of more, I don't know, more welcoming, more friendly, I guess.
Well, we still have elitists. It's just not.
Yeah.
It's definitely not as common. I knew this crowd that they were. This was when airbrushing was brand new, like when it was kind of people were still kind of learning how to incorporate it into miniature painting, and the people that were doing scale model and Gunpla and garage kits and all those people were on the learning curve. They were a couple years ahead of all of us miniature painters, and they used to they were so convinced that they had everything right that you couldn't challenge their opinion on something. I remember those days well because I remember and full disclosure here, I'm a I guess what you would call a paint scientist by trade. I actually work in architectural. Yeah, I work in architectural coatings, and my job is to watch paint dry. So I understand, a fair bit about paint formulation, how paint is made, and so during the airbrush days, there was one guy that was running around that was like, "You don't need airbrush thinner. Just put Windex in everything. It'll be fine. Just thin all your paints with Windex." And I'm like,
Isn't Windex a solvent?
Yes, Windex is a solvent.
Okay,
And
you probably shouldn't be doing that.
And I said, you might be getting away with it to a degree, but what's going to happen is that solvent it's basically it could permanently retard the polymer that's in there, and you could just end up having like this really sticky model that never cures. And so so I challenged that opinion, and it was like being excommunicated from like the miniature painting elite at that time. That a lot of people were like, how. Yeah, it was like, how dare you question Leopold? And they all, not that his name was Leopold, but I imagine that he's a Leopold. For those of you that remember the
name Leopold.
The old Bugs Bunny cartoon where where he's feuding with an opera singer, and at the end he pretends to be this really famous conductor. And they call him Leopold, as he's like, "Oh, it's Leopold," and they're whispering that in the audience, Leopold, and he goes and he like wrecks the opera singer. But anyways, yeah, people. This was like 9 years ago that airbrushing really wasn't as prevalent as it is now, and and I was like, hey, you probably shouldn't be using Windex to thin your paints, man, I got so much shit not from the community at large, but just from this very specific group of people that they were like, we're the airbrush captains. We know how this all works. Captain. Yeah, like you don't challenge us or our opinions or anything like that. So I asked Hot Paper Paint.
Starting some stream drama. You hear that?
Yeah.
Leopold Gaming, Twitch.tv. Leopold Gaming. Yeah, we're exposure.
That's nothing new. That is
/ Twitch.
Streaming drama is nothing new. I've talked a lot of trash.
In like the hobby community? I'm
No, it's just I would say in the early days. In the early days
like the frontier kind of era.
The YouTube, specifically the YouTube hobby community. The early days,
I remember that. Sorry, go ahead.
There was this concerted effort, by this small group of people to kind of unite the what they thought was the elite YouTube channels, right? They were going around. They're like, okay, we're all gonna throw on the same logo so that we're all part of this like giant super crew of like the most famous painters or whatever, and so it was a mixed bag. They had a lot of really cool content creators in there that were just sort of happy to be part of a larger thing, but they didn't.
Am I allowed to say a name, or is that like?
Yeah, no, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you can.
I have a feeling it's the Legion of Gamza you're talking about.
No, it wasn't.
No,
but Legion of Gamza. The Legion of Gamza was another. It was around at the same time that Legion of Gamza was around.
I've met a lot of, again, not to stereotype or cause a fuss or a foofar, but like I've met a lot of people from the Legion of Gamza that are very kind of, I don't know, abrasive.
Yeah, I mean, I know Legion of Gamza was definitely a mix.
That are nice.
Yeah,
there's one guy from, I think he's Danish. What's his face? It's I forget his name now. I forget.
But they were Legion of Gamza was a mixed bag because they were kind of the counter to this other group. They were like, we'll just take a bunch of people. So they were just, Legion of Gamza was just like, they were just throwing people in, good, bad, otherwise, into their thing. And this other group they were like, we only want cream of the crop. They were hand-picking channels to go in.
Was this like Buy It Painted and stuff like that?
Buy It Painted, I think, was part of this at one point, but they weren't the heads of it.
He's the Russian airbrush guy.
Yeah.
So, because I've seen like messages and stuff from him where he's like, painting with a brush is like backwards or something.
I believe it.
I may be, don't quote me here.
I still believe it.
Arrest me on the basis of, but like I think he said something at some point that like using brushes is like, you shouldn't do it basically. And you got the Legion of Gamza like, use Sharpies on your minis, guys.
Yeah. But so locally, there, I don't know if you watch the painting clinic. Tony, it's fantastic channel.
So
Absolutely.
Dr. something.
Dr. Faust Painting Clinic. Yeah.
Yep, he's a good lad.
Dr. Faust is local to us. He
cool.
lives about I want to say maybe 15, 20 miles from here, and he and I learned a lot of painting just by hanging out with this guy, and I did a little bit of gaming with him back in the day. And he actually used to show up on this feed, which is hilarious. Because people were like, wait, Dr. Faust is on this feed? No one watches this feed. But anyway, they were trying to recruit, this group wanted to recruit Dr. Faust for painting because, like, he was, he's really like the gold standard in a lot of ways for just acrylic
this
brush
is so
painting.
Machiavellian.
Yeah, and so they tried to recruit him. He told them to just fuck off, basically. He's like, I don't want to be part of your boy band, basically, and they tried to recruit. They tried to recruit me specifically for Malifaux, and they're like,
I assume you heard from Faust that these were bad eggs. Then
no, actually, they hung out with we just all kind of ran in the same circles. We'd show up at the same conventions together and that sort of thing. Me and Faust are not that tight. But I have, like I said, I've gamed with him a bit. He's been on stream and we've talked over some painting stuff. But anyways, so he told them no. They were trying to get me for Malifaux because I was a kind of a up and coming channel. My channel never got big, but they're like, man, dude, we can, you'll have another 10,000 subscribers tomorrow if you put our logo on. You're like the main Malifaux channel. And I'm like, I don't want to be the main I don't give a shit. I'm just posting stuff for me and my friends. Like, that was and I answered them in video form. Like, I put up a video. I am not going to be one of your official, lackeys or whatever. And that pissed them off.
The phobe statement.
Yeah, and then then I was excommunicated from that group. In short order.
I was like,
because of that.
Imagining the scene from the Dark Crystal.
You mean like when they
they
tear all of Chamberlain's clothes off? Yeah.
they steal all of Chamberlain's clothes, put them in the...
Chamberlain has lost. Oh, I love the
Chamberlain has lost.
I love the Skeksis so much. I just think Skeksis.
Oh, I love them.
We've been using in our family. We've been using Skeksis as code for assholes. Like, we don't want to use the word asshole. We just freaking Skeksis.
Skeksis, you are.
And my son gets it because he watched.
I can really see that. I can really see that catching up.
Because he watched Dark Crystal and he heard me and my wife like stupid Skeksis over there, and he's like, "Mom, you're talking about bad people." Like, yeah.
If you get a chance to watch it, also this goes to people in the stream as well. There's a video on YouTube of this theatrical restorist. And they actually take the original Skeksis props out from their moldering cases that have been in there for 30 years, and they show the process of restoring them all and basically fixing them up, and it's just a really interesting video to watch.
That does sound
so
cool.
I don't know. There you go, Dark Crystal fans.
Yes, I'm
one of you.
I'm less of a Dark Crystal fan than I am a Skeksis fan. That's how much I love. When I was a kid and that movie came out, I was rooting for the Skeksis the whole time. I was these mystics are stupid.
Drain that little creature's essence. Yeah,
we were those mystics are so lame. What do? They just started chanting and then they just walk. That's stupid. Look at the Skeksis. They live in pimps, man. They got dope clothes. They just drain people. They got all kinds of tech. We were rooting for this. Man, Skeksis are awesome. Once they merge with the mystics, they're just going to be lame. This is dumb.
You know that little alien creature under your desk? That's not an alien. That's one of those little guys who gets essence
It's a
drained.
little pod person. How else do you
Yeah,
think I
little
paint
pod-
so much stuff, man? That's
There's a little podling in there. It's gonna get you one of these days.
it's a pod. Yeah, it's one of those podlings. Like I go to the villages and find the potters, the ones that know how to paint, the little crafters. I need their essence because these minis ain't gonna paint themselves, guys. I'm in the middle of a challenge. We gotta get all this stuff done.
The real reason why you didn't join the Windex
The Windex
airbrushing
crew?
plan
Yeah,
is because you realized that you're putting essence in your
yeah. I'm like,
bubbling essence in your
Windex
airbrush.
is for noobs, man. The real deal is drain a
Bubbling essence.
podling.
Yeah, drain a little pod person.
They'll
Take a
never
solid,
figure
use
this
a
out.
paint thinner, yeah.
It's just so much better.
That's the real reason. You didn't want them catching on.
Ugh.
You wanted all the pod essence for yourself, dude. That's the reason why you did it.
Oh man! So this is. Do you know? So I didn't watch Dark Crystal for years and years and years for a while, and then this was like 10 years ago or whatever. Watching an episode of South Park, and they're making fun of.
I know what you're talking about.
They're making fun of the nanny, the Super Nanny, or whatever that show.
Yeah.
They did
Yeah.
a spoof of Super Nanny,
and the Skeksis as well.
and then
Skeksis.
Nanny Skeksis flashes past the screen,
Yeah.
and
I was actually watching that episode.
I scream laughed. It was like, oh my god, they brought Skeksis back, and I was scream laughing. And this was before. I want to say this is before my wife and I got married. We were still dating, and she was like, and it woke her up. She was sleeping, and I was like scream laughing because Nanny Skeksis went by on the TV, and I just lost my shit, and it was the funniest thing. And I'm like,
that made you scream laughed.
yeah,
That Nanny Skeksis is on the screen for like half a millisecond.
yeah.
It's like half a millisecond. You just go.
But it's such a great reference, right? Especially like I said, I've been a Skeksis fan forever, and to see your the object of your fandom called out in such a random and rapid manner, and you're like, and I was thinking to myself, like, how many people remember Skeksis? Because that South Park episode came out, I want to say it came out like 2006 or something. It was a long time ago. And Dark Crystal wasn't exactly on everybody's mind.
No.
2006, but the Skeksis reference that had me like. I laughed for probably a good hour about that, and then the next morning I got up and I'm still laughing.
Like a millisecond long frame
about Nanny Skeksis. And so and we watched earlier, like when lockdown started. My son was like, "Oh, I'm bored again." I'm bored, and we put Dark Crystal on.
Yeah.
And my wife is like, "Are you sure this is okay? He might get scared. He might get nightmares." I'm like, "No, wait till he sees the Skeksis."
I think she's got some valid concerns there.
And she's and so we're watching it, and all the Skeksis scenes, I'm just like dying laughing.
They are cool.
And my wife is like, "You're kind of messed up, dude." Come on, man. The Skeksis are awesome.
I bet you laugh screamed when you saw the podling get his soul sucked out, dude. You just like that. Why do you hate podling so much? Just use Windex like everyone else. Come on, jeez.
And the freaking oh man, and I love the Garthim too. I also really like the Garthim.
Garthim are like the giant beetle boys, right?
Yeah, love the Garthim.
Go find the Gelfling!
And they're just big and stupid, and what's her name, Ursula or whatever, is like screaming at them, "Get out of my way!" And they're like wrecking her lab.
I think her name's Olga. I think
Olga, yeah, like, man, love the Dark Crystal.
It's just a shame because films like that aren't going to get made ever again.
No, yeah. Well, when it first came out, so many people were disappointed because they thought it was, going to be Muppets again. But but I was like, this is way awesome. Like, I wanted to see, Jim Henson wanted to make a real fantasy
series.
Yeah, he wanted to make a real fantasy epic, and he was like, yeah, it's not going to be Kermit,
I've
not going to be singing.
Seen it yet.
What's that?
I've not seen the new kind of like Dark Age thing that they're doing now.
I haven't watched. I watched like the first episode of it, and then just haven't picked it back up. It made me go back. I'm like, okay, no, we got to watch the old Dark Crystal again. So it inspired me to do that. But
speaking of speaking of Solvent and stuff,
mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you've heard of them. So my favorite bit of modeling is transfers. It's so satisfying just to like kind of make them all flat and peel them out and everything.
Okay.
And I use two magical tools for that. It's Microset and Microsol. You've probably heard of these, right?
I've heard of them. I rarely use transfers. I'm actually kind of on the opposite side of that. The tedium kind of terrifies me. Tedium and the precision of it kind of scares me. Yeah, so I don't do it very often.
It scared me a lot to begin with. But like Microset and Microsol literally make it like to the point where they look painted on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just two solutions that you get in two different bottles. Microset is basically an adhesive that effectively lets you put flat transfers on curved surfaces like it's nothing.
Nice.
It's brilliant. And Microsol is slightly solvent, and what it does is slightly, like when you get crinkles in transfers?
It just kind of melts it down?
It melts it very, very slightly.
Oh, that's cool.
And you need a little bit of it. And that's the only real time I've used solvents with, things. Because, you strip the paint and whatnot if you go too overzealous with it.
That would give me a lot of confidence in using transfers. But yeah, I used to just do it the old way with a pair of tweezers and just cry a lot. That's that's how I used to do transfers.
There's a really good tutorial that shows how to use it perfectly, and I'm happy with every single transfer that I've done.
Nice.
Using them, but that era that you were talking about earlier, like the kind of early 2010s, and,
the YouTube
hobby community.
Again, yeah.
Again, I was 12 around that time. I'm 20. I'm 19, going on 20 in November. So I'm kind of, I guess I'm young guy.
You're young.
In the community, I guess.
Yeah.
I've yet to sire offspring. Yeah,
well, that's a good thing right now.
People.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially right now. And I remember one thing since then, because I used to watch all the mini wargaming back when it was this fledgling thing, and they were doing stop motion videos, and I'd watch Idic Bear and Tay and kind of that niche, 'cause it was really niche back then, really, really niche. It wasn't what it is now. And I remember one thing, and this is something I've seen perpetually, because I do keep up with all the YouTubers, even if I am in or out of the hobby, and that's Girl Painting. She's received so much shit over the years off people.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but in a lot of her comment sections, less now, because I think kind of she's kind of cultivated her audience well. I'm part of her Discord and everything. She's really sweet. She's wholesome.
Oh yeah, she's nice.
People give her so much shit, or they used to rather back then. A lot, horrible, mean, just the most vile, terrible stuff.
I remember being in. This was obviously before the days of Discord, but painters used to. Painters used to hang out in Skype and Google Hangouts. You could just hang out, literally, in Google Hangouts, and I used to be in some of those, and some of the other really big time painter guys would talk so much trash on girl painting. It was kind of messed up. It was.
Yeah.
It was a lot of personal attacks, and
the vile, like horrible shit I saw.
Yeah, and she was going through, especially in those times, she was going through a lot of personal shit, like a lot of like really rough things in her personal life, and when the recording isn't going on, painters would just talk whatever's going on, and she would let all this stuff out sometimes, and some of these guys just thought it was cool to kind of mock her behind her back over some of the stuff that she shared, and it just spread around, and it's pretty sad.
I mean, like, I don't know.
And I will tell you right now, it's what's that?
I don't know much about Alexandra's personal life. I just know her as the painter, and the thing is, like, she's so inoffensive. Like, what person could have fault with girl painting? Like, what? What?
These are well-known. These are well-known painters.
Offensive?
These are like well-known painters that are like.
Is this like also that's like out in the open and everything, or like is there still beef today? Or
No. There's no beef today, and the reason why is a lot of these like super elite painters. Half of them went over to Twitch, and like the half of them went over to Twitch, and a quarter of them quit, and the quarter that stayed were actually the cool people that were really about the hobby to begin with. I mean, a lot of the elite YouTuber, it's so pathetic that we use the word elite YouTuber miniature painter. That's just funny as shit to me. But a lot of those
Leopold,
guys, Leopold, yeah, a lot of those guys,
Twitch.tv Leopold gaming.
They were those guys were. A lot of them were really looking back at it. It's the easiest way for me to understand what it really was. Is those guys were YouTubers who happened to have some hobby skill, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They were not hobbyists. Most of us that do this are hobbyists that we just turn on a camera. It's not the other way around. Those guys were they were into, well, let's do bits, let's do here's some ways to make the algorithm work in your area. Yeah.
Like it'd be like silly stuff. I mean, a lot of it we would consider like, I don't know, cringe now. I mean, I hate the word cringe because like cringe is just being passionate about something openly. I feel like most people are way too intimidated to share what really drives them, what they're really passionate about. Like those like dumb skits from back in the day, they're a bit like garish sometimes to look at now, but like that's what it was. That was community. I mean, even now, like I much prefer the niche kind of smaller communities that only have like maybe even like a few dozen people or a few hundred people, because there's much more a sense of community. If you're a community of 41,000, like it's not a community. That's like a hive.
Right.
You're an ant in an ant colony.
Well, what happens is, what happened with a lot of these folks is they got a big following because, and then instead of continuing really on the hobby side, they really zeroed in on, okay, how do I get that number up? Now that it's 20,000, now that it's 50,000, how do I get that number up? And so what they were doing, really was more about brand promotion, and so really looking back, they're YouTubers. Like I said, the YouTube part was their hobby. The hobby part was really just sort of an in to be known for something on YouTube. And there was a female content creator who was doing miniature gaming and stuff, and she covered some of the games that I covered, like Malifaux and that kind of stuff, and I was supposed to collaborate with her on a few things, and we just like started to clash almost immediately. Because I'm like, no, that's not. You're teaching people the wrong way to play the game. And she's like, oh, but it'll be better. We'll get more views. I'm like, I don't care about that. Like, if we're here to teach someone how to, they're clicking on this video because this is a how to play Malifaux video, right? This isn't a you get to be cute in front of the camera for 15 minutes and then eventually I flip a card type of video. And so we actually got into a thing, and that was the start of me being excommunicated from the cool kids. Was I would do shit like that. I'm like, are you here? I'm like, are you here to? Are we here to talk miniature painting, or are you here to just try to get that view count up? Like, which is it? Now, I don't knock people these days. I don't knock people that legitimately say, hey, I want to get more subscribers. I want to get my view count up and my following up. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is when you set up the wrong premise for it. Like, hey, I'm this big knowledgeable person. I'm going to teach you X, Y, and Z. And then you click on their channel and it's like, I'm going to eat sandwiches for 30 minutes. You're going to think I'm funny and you're going to forget the fact that my video is called how to learn, how to play this game. There was just a lot of that early on. There were a lot of people that was like, because miniature hobby was such a weird niche little place that it was like, let's scramble and eat up all the existing subscriber base. Like, let's just try to get all of that for some reason.
Yeah.
And then they also, not the worst, but another thing that they used to do that used to drive the rest of us mad was they would go actively look for sponsorships from miniature companies and be like, yeah, send me this free shit and I'll give you a favorable review. Right? That was a thing.
I know War Machine was implicated in a lot of that stuff, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean,
War Machine made a lot of kind of deals with a lot of shady folk.
They did stuff like that, and some of the third party folks did stuff like that. And I get the business side of it, but these guys would back in these hangouts, they would be like, it would be like a game. Like, how much free shit could you get? Like, oh, I got free shit from this company. Oh, I got free shit from this company, and that used to be a game for them. And so some of the old time YouTubers remember stuff like that going down, and just kind of how ridiculous people were. It is so ridiculous when you think about it.
Yeah,
you're like, it's the largest.
It's just theatrics,
right?
Isn't it? It's just the outward appearance. Like, I mean, I'm thinking about doing some like hobby content on my channel potentially, and like I don't care how many people look at it or how many people follow me or whatever. I'm just like, I feel like this is what really killed like not only like the old hobby community, but also maybe YouTube in general. Was like the monetization of everything. I feel like people are a lot more kind of real. They were a lot more passion driven. I think content was better because of that. And now everything's kind of like deadline driven, monetary driven, and it's just kind of the commercialization of hobby.
Right, and then the other side of it too is it's been sanitized. You can't.
Yeah. Now
you can't say. You can't say horrible shit like if you have a terrible cantle tilt, just give up. You're not attractive.
Give up. Yeah, guys, just give up. You had it here first.
You can't say that on your stream.
There you go, Leopold.twitch.tv. He can say it. Leopold.twitch.tv.
Take that, Leopold.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting
how come you Windex? Clean Windows.
This is the kinds of conversations that I would have with other like other YouTubers back in the day. some of my friends that have been on this channel and stuff that we've done stuff together. Like we talked about that. Those days though are. I'm happy to say, at least from where I'm sitting, maybe I've been excommunicated from all the groups that still do it. So I don't see it anymore. So I don't, I don't think that happens. I actually kind of see the opposite of it, where the companies now are kind of being the shitholes and the Skeksis. They're being the Skeksis in this equation now.
So, like, this kind of relates to, like, another word of wisdom grandfather told me. The second one. Shout out to Grandpa.
It's the second quote he got tonight. It's a big night for Grandpa.
Quote, yeah, second quote. I've actually not done any of my... Oh, no, I've done my 3 main. I've done Alien, I've done Little Creature Apparition, I've done Jack Daniel, and I've done Campbell. But the quote is because he originally got me into miniature wargaming and stuff with Hornby, which is like kind of little trains and O-gauge kind of things.
Cool.
And he said, and this has really stuck with me, and this kind of encapsulates what has happened with the commercialization of like the higher tier people that are into the hobby and like YouTube and the people that you're describing, and that's a hobby should pass the time, not take up the time. Because
I
people
love that.
in this community feel like we paint in the few hours that we get off. For us, it's fun. To the people that get all these review copies and like you said, mass market, it's all sanitized and stuff. They're doing it to take up the time. They're not doing it to pass the time.
Yep.
It doesn't come from a place of passion. It comes from a place of it's a factory. So it's a passionate factory. It's a passionate production line.
Mm-hmm. And I stopped doing promotions for a while because of that. This most recent one, the Revelations War, that really small scale stuff with the mechs that I painted, that I've got to play, that I committed to playing and learning next month. When they approached me, I straight up told them, look, I don't really do a lot of these days because I say awful things on my stream. Like, I was very upfront. I'm like, if you're, I totally understand if you guys want to.
It's not that bad.
If you want to withdraw your offer, that's no. But I'm telling them, like, look, you're a startup company. Maybe you don't want to be associated with somebody that roots for the Skeksis in the movies and that kind of thing. But to put it mildly, because I've said some
podlings, dude.
Yeah, I've said some
Would
a lot worse
Gaming
stuff.
do that to the podlings?
But anyways, it felt really good for me to just be able to just like tell them, like, yeah, this is me. I'm not going to change. I'm also not going to just talk favorably about your product just because you've sent me free stuff. That's just me.
Integrity is what it is.
And
it's a rare thing.
Yeah, and they were like, okay, and they talked it over, and they're like, you know what, we're good with this because you were honest, and if you do say something that's upsetting, we knew going in that was the risk that we were that we were going to take. So that was really cool. The Dr. Faust, he does reviews on products. He doesn't do that many these days, but he would tell people the same thing. Like, they would send him stuff, and if you watch his old reviews on stuff, he get pretty harsh. And you knew that they sent him stuff for free. He was like, yeah, this doesn't work, and here's why. But the companies ended up really appreciating that because, it's a little bit of negative press, but then, the smart company makes an adjustment.
No.
Yeah, they make an adjustment, and then by the time it launches, they send him another one. He's like, hey, I'm pleasantly surprised. They took some of what we said, and now you've got a good product out of it. Let's see. I think the reason why I was this is Sean, too afraid of putting my painted models up back in the day. Oh, okay, yeah. So you're talking about just that elitism that existed. I really don't think there's much of that anymore. on YouTube in the YouTube?
No, it's not. It's not. It's really not there anymore, really.
That's good.
Yeah, that is good. And again, I don't want to attribute this to like, I don't know, thing that I was talking about before, but like, Americans really got into miniature wargaming within the past 10 years, and
Yes.
there's something called like American optimism. Like it's like a common phrase. Like people over here kind of accept like you won't really amount to anything. You're just a cog in the machine. Kind of like British pessimism or like acceptance, I guess. Whereas Americans, every American thinks they can be president, basically. You know,
Pretty much.
and, like,
No. Actually,
and, like,
every American thinks they should be president.
yeah. And whilst pros and cons to both,
Mm-hmm.
frankly, after living in like kind of like
Oh.
stick country, it's refreshing to speak to Americans who are a lot, or not just necessarily Americans, people from other people from around the world that have different perspectives on the hobby, and how their kind of culture influences how they think about stuff and how they approach hobbying. Because it's such a unique thing to see how different people tackle different things, and I think the Americans, in particular, make the hobby way more kind of, I don't know, fun, at least in modeling. I know Americans tend to be more competitive in the gaming aspect, though.
Oh yeah,
Again,
for sure.
Again, generalizing.
Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, you see that a lot. Now, what's
Have you seen that clip of the Tau player getting mad at the tournament?
No,
It's pretty funny.
you send that to me. I'll watch that.
I'll send it to you later on. Yeah.
You know what was
Okay.
for me one of the coolest things was so last year I went back to the Philippines, and not that I wasn't born over there. I don't know why I say I went back, but yes, I guess technically I went back because I've been there before. But anyway, I went back to the Philippines, and one of the things that I really wanted to do was I was following a guy called the Pinoy Wargamer on Twitter, and he plays War Machine, and he's played a little Guild Ball.
The what wargamer?
The Pinoy, Pinoy, the Pinoy.
What wargamer?
Pinoy. It's here. I'll type it in the chat. It's basically that's what
Pinoy.
Pinoy is what like Filipinos call
Pinoy?
them.
I
They
don't
call
know.
themselves that. They don't call themselves Filipino. They say, I'm Pinoy. But anyways, so this he's a Filipino wargamer, and he covers a lot of cool stuff. He only posts on YouTube once every once in a great while. I think the last game he posted was like Bushido or something like that. But anyways, I've been following this guy on Twitter for like a couple of years, and I never pay attention to Twitter unless the Pinoy Wargamer is posting, because I want to get it. I've like wanted to get in a game over in the Philippines because I'm like, what is that like? What's it even like to go in a hobby store over in the Philippines? And so the last time I was out there, 2 years ago now, I found a hobby store in the Philippines. This is the craziest shit ever. And I go in there, and there's the owner, and but it was pretty much just the same kind of hobby store we would have over here. It's just a little more brown than normal. But they were in the back playing Magic, and I was looking at all their all the models that they have, and got into some conversation with the owner over there, and I was asking them like what is gaming like over there. And it's really interesting because in Manila, it's such a huge metropolitan area, and it's so crowded that you can't, nobody games at home. Everybody's got apartments or whatever, and the really, really wealthy people over there have these gigantic palatial homes, but they don't game. And so, but I went to the same store where the Pinoy Wargamer hangs out, and I messaged him on Twitter. I'm like, hey, can we meet up and play a game? I brought my Guild Ball models to the Philippines. Like, I was serious. I wanted this to happen.
Cool.
And unfortunately, I did not run into him over there.
No.
So, but I forced my friend Jose, who was vacationing there at the same time I was there, to play me in Guild Ball. So it counts. It counts, even though we're both Americans. We were both we played some Guild Ball over there. But it's just cool to see, like, in like Guild Ball especially. So I don't know how familiar you are with that game.
You told me about well, not me. You told the stream about the character a few nights ago.
Yeah.
I imagine it's like Blood Bowl, but like kind of more. I want to say like dystopian.
Well, Guild Ball, the way to understand Guild Ball is to understand how it was developed. Basically, you had these two guys over in the UK that they formed up Steamforged Games, but before that they were competitive Warmahordes players, right? They were top ranked international Warmahordes players, and they decided one night that they wanted to play Blood Bowl, but they wanted to play using Warmahordes rules. And what you end up with is this game, which is it's football / soccer, but it's mob football basically, and as it turns out, it's one of the I would place it at the top. It is actually the most precise wargaming system I've ever played. It really is like hyper tuned for the tournament scene. It's one of the best like standalone games if you want to if you really want to play something that is super clean and super sharp, and it literally is sport. But anyway, this game gets played all over the world. There's a huge tournament circuit for it. It's not as big as Blood Bowl in terms of the tournament circuit, but it has basically where there's a Blood Bowl tournament, there's a Guild Ball tournament.
Right.
But the games are very different. Where Blood Bowl is like a league-based game, that's really the strength of that game. Guild Ball is, here's my 6 guys, there's your 6 guys, see if you can beat me, right? But anyways, Guild Ball is played everywhere, and when you start seeing when you can watch like the Japanese national tournament on YouTube, you can watch Guild Ball played in Germany, Saudi Arabia, and the coolest thing about it is you'll watch some of these streams and you won't speak a lick of the language that is being spoken, but you can follow the game. If you know the game, you can follow it very easily, like very precisely, because everybody's playing the same game. But it's one of those things that's like, okay, well, what's the meta like over here? Like we're finding out that the UK, you guys have the largest Guild Ball meta in the world. I think. Well, no, yeah, you do. You're home to the largest Guild Ball tournament in the world, and that's where Steamforged is anyway. And so, but the UK meta and the European style of Guild Ball is very different from the American style of Guild Ball, which is very different from the German style of Guild Ball, and so on. And when you go to these international tournaments, or even when you're just watching them, it's really interesting to see the different styles that is kind of regionally based on these metas. And like on this channel, I play the team I play in Guild Ball is Alchemists, and Alchemists apparently are very popular in Poland. So there's a lot of Polish. There's like high-ranking Polish guys in my comment section, like asking me, well, why did you do that, or why was this choice made, or that doesn't make sense. And I'm like, well, that what you're talking about would totally not work over here, and vice versa. Like if I went to Poland and played the way I play here, I'd probably get my ass handed to me. Vice versa, the guys over in Poland, they came over here, tried to play that style, they would get their asses handed to them. which is it's just one of those interesting things because the game is so. It really is sport. I don't really know how to explain it. Like it's such a clean game that everybody like there's almost zero rules arguments. That's it, which is unheard of in a miniatures game, and the game actually rewards you for being as precise as you can be, which is also unusual in miniatures games because it's like, I put my tape measure down. Oh yeah, that's 12 inches. I made that. You know what I mean? You can't do that in Guild Ball. You'll just get obliterated trying to do that kind of stuff. There was a point in here somewhere. Oh, but really, it was just about you were talking about kind of different attitudes, around hobby and gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I see that most predominantly in Guild Ball when I'm like watching games that are being streamed or recorded over in UK or in Germany. Just watching all the different style, the way people play. Lucchesi says I'm secretly Polish. I don't know. I do like their food.
Secretly Polish.
That doesn't count though. I like so many cultures' foods, but I really do think that should be a requisite. For food is a great uniter. If your culture all cultures make something that is amazing and ridiculously good, and we could unite around that. We could all be fat together, folks. That could be the dream. Lucchesi, you missed our entire talk about Dune. We said the Mentat. What do you call that? The Mentat prayer or the Mentat?
I call it the Mentat mantra.
The mantra.
I think it is called the Mentat's prayer, though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a name for it. I think people just describe it like the thing that the Mentats say.
Yeah.
But I again, like, pretty much embellished what I was getting at. Yeah.
It's
no,
one
I
of.
agree.
I've always. That's like, my secret desire here would be to take a vacation from the wife and kids here, and like head over to Poland for a month and play in the WTC for Guild Ball, right, and represent the U.S. Obviously, I don't think WTC is still happening, but I'm not sure when that's going to happen, and there are probably 3 or 4 teams from the U.S. But just makes me sad. Me and a bunch of friends were supposed to play in the North American team championship that was supposed to take place July this year, but for obvious reasons, not taking place. But that was like a big deal. We were going to train up and everything. We had our teams set up. We were going to do jerseys. Like it was a big deal. We were like, yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to, we're going to like really try it for once in a very long time. I was going to play something like really, really competitive because, I don't, in general, I don't play competitive miniature gaming. But Guild Ball just makes it so it's really designed for that. So,
I'd love to go to like the Las Vegas Open Day, mate. Oh, I say that, but I'm not sure if I would.
Oh, you would.
Because like I'm not a fan of competitive 40K.
Oh yeah. Well, neither am I.
So like, I feel like the people that play it are so dispassionate about the rest of it. I that's not fair to say.
No, it's fair to say about at least some of them, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I've never been in a competitive. I've been to the London Open. I've been to a few like kind of smaller tournaments and stuff, but I've never played in one. I don't know. There's this atmosphere of kind of like strangeness about it.
Yeah,
like the hobbies for all kinds of people. If people just want to play the game in like a hyper condensed way, then that's fine.
I've said this on this channel many times. When I was a competitive 40K player, I was just not a good person. Like, flat out. I was not. I'm serious. I was not a good person.
No. I
was-
There are a lot of archetypes of that kind of person.
And I had
But
to.
then again,
Lucchesi's been around for some of those days. He's been around for. He's been around for some of those days in the 40K. Back when I used to play 40K. But I was not a good person. But anyways, when I quit 40K, then I made the commitment. Like, I made a commitment that I'm not going to play anything competitive again because, you win a tournament, you do you learn something. It was just miserable for me. It was just
it's a lot of shuffling between tables, looking sad from what I've seen of it.
Made like I won a lot of tournaments. I won a fair bit of the tournaments that I used to play in when I played 40K. But I was for sure one of the most miserable people in the room. Like, I absolutely hated it. We used to go to tournaments. Me and my brother used to go to tournaments, and my brother was the commensurate casual player. He played for fun. He was always just goofing around. He would almost always win, best sportsman when he'd go to these tournaments, and he would play kind of purposely underpowered armies, and I would go with him, and he would like egg me on. He'd go like, "This guy over here, man, he thinks he's the best player. You got to show him. You got to like." He would like egg me on. You got to show this guy like that he's the error of his ways, and I'd be like, "Yeah,
a skate park or something."
Right, I'm like, no. I mean, I want to play well, and I would start off the day like, I want to play well or whatever. Then the guy would say something that would just piss me off. Sometimes they would go and they would say, they would make a disparaging remark towards my brother, like, your army is shit and you're an idiot, or something like that, right? And then I would just get super mad, and I'd be like, okay, fuck this guy. He's going down, and I would just play, and that and you inevitably run into that guy, and you just give him the worst day of his life, and be like, "Oh, what were you saying about my brother's army? Like, well, like what? Do you want to repeat that?" There was one guy that showed up, and he's like, he walked in the room. He's like, "I'm gonna win the turn." He announced it to everybody, and when I tabled the guy,
I'm about to win.
Right, and I tabled the guy, and I was like, "Hey, everybody! This guy has an announcement to make." I called it out. I was just not a nice person.
Brilliant.
Anyway, but I hated myself. I used to play those tournaments, and yeah, whatever. You won a tournament. You were the best nerd of the day, right? Whatever.
Okay.
It was just miserable. It got to the point why am I going to these? It wasn't even fun. I want to go and hang out with my friends. I never got to hang out with my friends because I'm playing in the top table against the other biggest douchebag in the room, right? My friends get to play each other. They get to have fun. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Let's see. He'd field stuff just to see them on the table or to play. Yeah, that's my brother. But so, I did that for, I want to say 10 plus years or whatever, and finally quit and said, I'm not playing anything competitive again. And then we started playing all these other smaller games, and for the most part, didn't really play anything competitive. One guy actually made me mad at Malifaux once, and I won a tournament to punk that guy. So sometimes I do have that. I have that streak every now and then. Somebody just rubbed me the wrong way, and it's like, oh, yeah, I don't like that person. But I don't really do that anymore. Most of the time now, I host the tournaments, which is a much safer spot for me. I don't have to. I'm just like, okay, I'll set up the tables. I'll help with rules questions, and I'll take the buy round. I'll be the ringer if it's uneven. That's usually what I do these days.
I sent you the clip of the VO moment.
Oh, nice. But see, you should go to LVO anyway, just because, yeah, if you're not going to play competitive 40K, there's all kinds of other events you can play in the casual events,
Yeah.
and that would be the perfect opportunity if you wanted to like expand your game horizon and learn a bunch of other games. Like LVO, they have so many games there.
I just love to go to America just to hang out with people in the hobbyisms and.
Oh, for sure.
There's a bunch of like guys that live on the West Coast. Just go. I mean, go around to like their places and like their like hobby shops and stuff to see who's about.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be fun.
That would be
Play
fun.
some games with some people.
Yeah. So Warboss Tay lives about 300 to 400 miles north of here.
To you that's like a small drive. To me, that's the width of my country. That's an afternoon drive for you. That's a holiday for me.
We talk about that. We've talked about that sometime. Like, hey man, we do a little road trip, and then we can hang out. We can do a little gaming. I've been trying to get
road trip. That'd be wicked.
Trying to get him to be the one to drive though. He could drive down here. My excuse is I got small kids. Like I don't want to put them in the car.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Freak them out. But who knows? Maybe one day we'll be able to get that. But we used to have we had some pretty good gaming conventions here in California, and it's something we used to look forward to every year. I hosted one of the major Guild Ball tournaments on the West Coast out here for a few years, and then unfortunately that convention came to an end. But still doing the cup, the Kingdom Cup. That's still gonna be a thing this year, guys. So I got to get the cup engraved. And then serious.
My hobby shop, a little place called I won't say the name. Actually, it was Weekend Warlords was the name of the place.
Okay.
And it was really cool. It was pretty much like a frat house, but like a shop as well. Like there'd be like pinball and like not pinball. Yeah, pinball machines and like a Donkey Kong.
Oh, nice.
Like arcade cabinet there, like sofas and stuff, and you just go in, chill. They had a big Batman scene actually, to be honest.
Cool.
I think they actually ran tournaments there. I'd see them come in a lot and play with like big groups. It was mainly Yu-Gi-Oh, like Pokemon stuff they do there. But
sure, yeah. I mean,
you got Warhammer, you got other stuff as well.
Yeah, Batman has been around for a while, and Night Models is in Spain, and they had a big meta over there. And this game went from centimeters to inches across editions because they didn't expect it to be as popular as it became in the U.S. It's still not the one of the bigger gaming scenes, but it's it's definitely one of the most recognizable ones.
Yeah, it seemed pretty popular with people there.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. I'm not sure what Sean is talking about. I love those guys to fight. It brings out the destroy mode out of you. I think he was talking about when I would lose my temper and just try to just table somebody.
Here's an interesting question.
Yeah.
What was... I think you may have already answered it because of that story, but what was the most... and guys in chat, if you have any interesting answers, it'd be cool to hear those. What was the most... I don't know, like tantrumy incident you'd ever seen someone do in a hobby or tabletop game? Like,
oh my gosh! Okay,
take your model and stamp on it and go, scream loudly.
No, it the worst one I'd ever seen. It wasn't actually directed at me. So
No, it doesn't have to be directed at you. Just something you'd experienced or seen.
yeah, this is about the worst thing I think I'd seen in wargaming, in competitive wargaming, I guess is. There was back when I played 40K. There was a guy, a local guy, who would regularly just host tournaments, 40K tournaments, out of his house. He had this big play area, into the garage and outside. And this is California; you can game outside. It's like really nice. But anyway, he would regularly host these 40K tournaments at his house, and we would go attend these tournaments and whatever. Again, this was during my competitive days, so I usually did very well at the tournaments. But he would play, the homeowner would play with his adult son, who would also play in the tournament. And there was one time when they were playing, they were matched up against each other. And I think the son was losing. He was losing, but it's one of those things where you taught your dad how to play. In this case, he taught his dad how to play the game, and his dad was winning. But it's pretty clear that like his dad did not know as much about the game as he did. So his dad was asking him all these questions, like, "Wait, what do I need on my heavy bolters again? Like, how do I like?" He was asking him these questions while he was winning, right? And and they seemed like dumb questions, and the son got so frustrated that he basically lost. He lost his temper. And he like shoved his dad. He's like, I've had enough of this, and he shoved his dad. And his dad then they got into a big screaming match. And these are big guys, right? They're both over 6 feet. The dad is they're both over 200 pounds. The dad probably pushing 300 pounds. Dad was an ex-cop. Anyways, big dudes. Everybody just stops the gaming. We like clear the area, and the father and son are about to come to blows, right? And we jump in between them. We're little people. Like, I'm not a big guy, but we jump in between. Like, we physically separate them. And we ask the son is the guy that's really lost his temper, and we ask him like, "Hey man, stay over here, just chill out for a minute." And he's like, "Nah, f this," and he storms off, and he's walking to his truck. He's going to get in his truck and drive away. And as he's leaving, his dad yells at him, "And don't you think about staying here tonight either?" And I was like, "Oh shit!" So basically, a man kicked the son out of his house over a 40K tournament.
Christ.
That was about the worst thing I'd seen, and it took, as I believe it, we didn't have any other tournaments happen at that house for like the next 3 months, but eventually, things calmed down, and they made up and all that good stuff. But that was like one of the worst things. Yeah, Lou Chessie, I remember he always calls his Smurfy missile launchers bazooka. That's right. His name was Tony, and he was.
I'm imagining a Tony.
He was an ex-cop from, I want to say, New York, New Jersey area, right, Lou Chessie? He was from that area.
This guy's like out of central casting.
And you go, yeah, my Smurfy's gonna fire his bazooka over here.
Bazooka. Sounds more Midwestern when I say it. Bazooka.
But yeah, that was about the worst thing I'd seen in wargaming, and the other stuff was stuff I did.
Oh yeah, fair enough. There's like one thing that always kind of freaks me out, because like someone could just do this if they had the right mindset, and that's like a model violence, like someone just taking your model and just stamping on it or something like that.
I have seen that.
Do you know what I mean? Like some kid could just throw your fucking model across the room and destroy it if they felt so inclined.
I've never seen anyone do that to somebody else's model, but I've seen plenty of instances of people doing that to their own models. So So
really?
yeah, you get, I've
So
got
you
this.
do modelism?
I've got this new dreadnought. Oh, I painted it. I put all of my purity
Oh.
seals on it. It's so cool.
Oh no!
I go to fire the assault cannon. All ones, right?
My blood pressure is actually going up just listening to this.
Right, and that was basically, going to decide the game. They pick up the dreadnought, they slam it on the ground, and they stomp on it with their foot. I actually saw that happen in a
Oh, I feel
Games
sick.
Workshop.
I feel sick.
I saw that happen
Ugh.
in a Games Workshop. He got kicked out of the store,
Good.
and they wouldn't let
Very
him. They wouldn't let him play in there for like the next month or whatever.
Oh god!
What's up, Lord Draconum? Well,
I actually feel sick. I actually feel sick listening to that. I feel like ill. Oh god! I'm just like imagining the noise of the plastic giving way. Ew,
ugh.
it's horrid. Why'd you do that? Oh
Wait.
god!
I've seen plenty of those. I would get really upset when I'm rolling my Harlequin charge and I rolled a 1. That would always piss me off. I never broke anything. Like I never physically do anything, but I would always just grit my teeth and get super mad. But I've seen people break their own models on the board for just.
I mean, like shivers from that. I couldn't imagine.
The more common is just people throw their dice, right?
Yeah.
People get mad. They chuck their dice.
It's just so unnerving to me because, if someone was just unhinged and was of the mind to do it, you could just take someone's model and rip it apart if you felt inclined to.
You could.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That could just happen.
It could happen. I've never seen it happen though.
No,
I'm sure I'm sure it's happened.
I've never heard stories of it, but it's always been a creeping thing at the back of my mind. This guy could just destroy everything I worked so hard on if he wanted to.
If you get, you're playing, again, this is competitive 40K, you're playing against somebody and you've got them on full tilt and and they're slowly coming apart in their mind. And you're starting to worry, am I gonna be able to make it home? Was beating this guy worth me dying?
Is it worth
or losing my army?
Was it worth it? It kind of reminds me of another fear that I had. So I go shooting a lot. I like going to the range, and I don't own my own because I don't want to apply for firearms. I just rent them.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first went with my dad on my 18th birthday, we had an instructor called Tom. He's this kind of old, 70-year-old grizzled kind of Iraqi war vet.
Cool.
And my dad just turned we had a lot of fun. I'd never shot before. It was my first time. Dad shot as a kid because my grandpa is he's the Egyptian man who whatnot.
And the wise sayings. He has all the wise sayings and he shoots firearms. I like this grandfather of yours. He's awesome.
He's like a Hemet Nessingway he looks like a Victorian English. He's got a what's it called again? One of those Boer War hats, pith helm.
Cool.
He had mutton chops. He has a blunderbuss above his fireplace, actually.
Yes!
Like a deer.
This guy is awesome.
He's legit he's like a cartoon character. I love him. And my dad just turns to me after we'd shot in the car and says, "He could have shot us if he wanted to." I'm like, yeah, he could, I suppose. It was just a weird realization. Anyone could just do anything to you on the street, couldn't they? If they were so inclined, if someone right next to you wanted to swerve into you, they just could.
Yeah.
If someone's having a shitty day, they could just. It's crazy.
In the gun range, when you're back there, everybody's armed, but the guy in the guy in the booth next to you, he could just walk over and shoot you.
Yeah, he could. I mean, it's not a common thing that happens, but Chris Kyle, the American sniper guy, he died in the gun range because he got into an
argument with a
He's such a tall tale. The guy claimed he shot looters at Katrina. Even he said that he beat up Jesse Ventura.
That's hilarious.
No way he's beating Jesse Ventura, dude. No way.
Oh man, he sounds
yeah,
like he would have been a Court of Owls member. That's actually it's not bad.
You
It's
talked
not-
about those on stream. They're really cool. I didn't even know about them. They like turn acrobats into assassins and stuff. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the thing.
They like cryogenically freeze these people, and they keep them on ice for decades and decades, and then when they need an assassin, they unfreeze them and they turn them loose. It's a really cool Batman story. Now I wasn't a Batman, like I didn't follow the comic books much, but
Yeah.
going into the game, you do research and you learn all of the cool stuff about the characters that you're painting and that you're going to put in your crew. And Court of Owls, I didn't know what they were, but I really liked the look of them. And I want to say it was Yvonne that started telling me about Court of Owls. She's like, you should look into that. It's super cool. And so I started, I looked into them, and it turns out I really like that story.
Oh, I just realized. I think Sean was talking about my grandpa,
Right.
not Chris Kyle.
No, he
I thought
thinks
he was talking about Chris Kyle.
he thinks your grandpa is probably a Talon, is what they call them.
Cool.
The folks that they.
He probably is.
That is pretty. Or he's part of the League of Assassins. He could be an old League of Assassins member.
He did look a bit like Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah.
Minus the ancient evil demon blade.
Yes. Man, what am I gonna paint? Oh, I can still paint Babs tomorrow. I need to paint one last thing tomorrow. I'll paint her. We'll put her out of her misery.
What are your general reflections on the painting challenge? Because this is my first painting challenge, and I didn't get much done compared to everyone else. Like everyone else is like, there's some guy in the chat that did like an entire army, like an old school fantasy battle box, and I was like, damn, I've only done like 5 guys.
That's typical, though. In the challenge, you'll have people. I've seen people, like some of my favorite participants in these challenges have been people that finish like 2 models. But this year's challenge was interesting because you had the veteran guys that are like, yeah, okay, I'm like totally amped up, and we're gonna jump into our projects and we're gonna complete a lot of stuff. And for me, like my goal every year has been don't miss an upload. Right? Whatever I crank out during the challenge is cool. And I was like, and I happen to be sitting on top of a Kickstarter. Okay, let's crank that out. But my challenge has always been, I'm so ahead of my project. I don't want to upload. Like I'm too lazy. I don't want to do that. And it used to be harder for me before because the questions would all be kind of tailored around 40K. And I'd be like, I don't have a favorite Primarch. I would like get on the channel. Like, listen, I don't care. I don't have a chapter. I don't like a Primarch. I have no dog in this fight. And so it wouldn't be as it was in years past. It wasn't quite as interesting for me to upload as it was to follow channels. I was hoping we would see more people start channels, because that's like the best thing in the challenge is you'll have somebody that's participating remotely, like they just post a picture here and there. In the past, though, you would see channels that start because of the challenge, and that was when that was always like the coolest thing, because people were like, oh wait, I saw this guy's pictures on the Google Plus. We used to be on Google Plus and that kind of stuff. Yeah, and like, oh, this guy's starting up a YouTube channel, and everybody else would be like, oh my god, we got to watch this dude. And you get to discover the person's voice, how they approach their painting, and like you were already a fan of the person, and the challenge has kind of got them out of their out of their shell, and now they start a YouTube channel, and most of those channels stuck around.
Yeah.
And then the other thing too, that's like one of the most rewarding parts about participating in the challenge. And then the other thing is just like every year, like I meet up with somebody new. There's usually like 3 or 4 people that I make friends with because of the challenge, like yourself and and some of the locals as well. Like I didn't know who Xena15 was. She'd been going to my events, but she was like so quiet. I didn't even have it register to me. But now, like, I'm a big fan of her, and that's always like the best parts of the challenge. Another interesting thing about it too was I felt like, and Warboss Tay would probably have a much better answer here, but I feel like this year the challenge, there were enough people like pushing it, like willing it to happen, that I don't feel like he's had to do as much this year as he has had to do in years past to make it successful. I think that's a good thing. I think he was like super busy in his personal life, and so he hasn't had to. There were other people that were like Dicey's been promoting it super well, right? And
Dicey's been putting in hard work.
Yeah, he's been plugging it pretty hard. Darth Torlin and myself, we were the ones that got the Discord. Warboss Tay to set up a Discord, and I taught him how to kind of stream from there and that kind of thing. So he had. So I'd say Warboss Tay had. He was fortunate that the people wanted the challenge to be successful to the point where he's had more support this year, which is awesome. Oh, cool!
Yeah.
Good job, Sean. So I guess I'm trying to think like downsides. I don't know. I feel like for me, maybe I did too much.
You did a lot.
Maybe I could have done more, like some updates where, like in the past, I would always take a few days off, and I would do an update where I'm like, running around the park with my kids, or we used to have Japan Fair this time of year, so I would always do a video where I'm like eating weird Japanese food and drinking sake and that kind of stuff. Couldn't do that this year, so I don't know though. I mean, overall, I'm pretty happy with how everything went, and I don't want. We're talking about what we may do for like a finale. I think Warboss Tay is going to do his own. I think he may just do his own type of stream or something for the finale. But we were talking about maybe doing another like joint stream or something. But I don't know if that's gonna happen or whatever. Because I got gaming to do tomorrow. I might kick the camera on. I don't know. What's your take on the challenge?
So this is my first one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be honest, I wasn't even aware that these were a thing. Like, I used to watch Tay religiously as a kid growing up, but I never really knew about the. I mean, I was a kid. I wasn't like going on Skype or MSN or TeamSpeak.
Yeah.
And I just kind of heard about it, and I've been in a big rut. Like since lady friend said to me, oh, I bet during lockdown you got a bunch of work done on your Warhammer. And it's like, yeah, no. Just because like there's no motivation to do anything. There's no, I'm in a place where I'm not comfortable. Can't really work properly. Can't really paint. Can't really get motivated. Don't have the right lighting. But once I saw Tay came back and like there was like this big push and like, oh, there's a bunch of other people here doing the same thing. Because I've always tried to get like a small group of friends where we'd all like chill and hobby at the same time and like post progress pics to like kind of boost each other's morale, like compliment each other, get us going, stuff like that. But obviously not to the same degree as it was now, or those groups just kind of fall apart. Maybe you do it for like a week or two, then it go away.
Sure.
But this really motivated me. It got me, it was just weird having like people on YouTube just looking at my things that I had made, like little old me. Like I was gushing when you and Tay were looking at my stuff on the week 3 stream. It was I couldn't even watch it live. I had to watch it like the day after.
Don't watch it record.
But it was just like a happy start to my day, because it's like, wow, like everyone's kind of getting their own little like slice of attention, and it feels like the people that have the most traction really do care about everyone in the project. It's not just like an elitist, like kind of circle jerk. It's like an actual community effort, and that's because it's like a smaller niche community, and I prefer that, because again, I prefer the community to the ant colony.
Yeah, and for sure, like for the veterans in the challenge, I know I speak for the folks that have been in multiple challenge when we say that the most rewarding thing is to really to get in and get invested in other people's projects and find and discover somebody new out there that you didn't know in the previous challenge. That's really the most rewarding thing. So and you want people to. It's easy to get invested in these projects because you're watching people who may have a totally different take on a particular model or a completely different painting style, and you just become a fan of theirs, and you don't know who they are. You may not have interacted with them ever, but it's very easy to just become like, oh man, I've seen his stuff like 2 or 3 times now, and it's really, really cool. And there's there's always something that's, no matter what the person's skill is, there's always something that they do that we find novel or impressive, right?
Yeah.
Just like, especially like if it's just a new painter that is still learning their techniques, and it's maybe the reward isn't the technical skill that they're bringing. The reward is, oh my god, like in Zena's case, I'm like, oh my god, this is she just gave birth to a human a couple of months ago, and she's joining this challenge. Like, that's the mind-blowing part. And she's sticking it out, right? There were we expect people to drop off in week 2 and 3 and never come back, and that's normal too. And I'm not trying to shame those people, but that's just a normal thing. But to see her come, stick with it and try to finish strong, that's awesome. It's the thing that is different about the challenge this year is because it's on Discord, that now that there's more of a permanence to it.
More accessible.
It not only that, but there's no reason why activity needs to stop at the end of 31 days because it's on a Discord, and because there's a permanence to the Google Plus communities. There was not the same type of permanence because we knew
it's gone now.
Yeah, we knew Google loves to just delete stuff randomly, and like, oh, we don't like that anymore. But having it on Discord and having the ability to hop in voice chats and video chats and do that is now like, and that's what my channel has been for a number of years, is always, to try to just keep a permanence about that. Like, come here, hang out. I'm not, this isn't we're not going to do like set content where, we're discussing this. Like, it's not going to be like a podcast style thing. It's more of a come hang out, and our conversations end up feeling like a podcast style stream.
Yeah.
But none of that is scripted or rehearsed or even designed. It's just come hang out and we just talk and paint. So like the people that have been regulars in this chat that have been following me, they've developed I know personally that some of the guys in the chat right now have developed kind of a painting discipline now, to where they're used to doing more hobby on a more regular basis, and it's as long as somebody's got the light on in here, people will they'll continue to be inspired to do stuff. And that's the best part, is that, like, with this community, I see more of a permanence, and people will probably still continue to post every once in a while. It's not going to be week by week or anything like that, but people will still post stuff. And in my Discord, people still post stuff, whether or not that there's a challenge. It's just not as frequent. And then you get to watch me play video games and shit like that too.
I think one of my like kind of bigger regrets is it, because like I didn't totally get the format, nor did I entirely kind of uphold to the format, I guess, because
which is fine.
In hindsight, I really regret having not documented or like started a channel, since that seems to be like the main point of building communities, getting people to start new channels and stuff. Like, in hindsight, I know what I would have done. I would have like done every video. I would have like rode out to like the boonies in the middle of a forest somewhere, sit on a stump, talking to the camera, and just kind of like think about like the daily questions and stuff.
You know what's really interesting too, because so Darth Torlin, he has been following the challenge for probably 5 or 6 years, and he didn't have a channel for the first 3 years. He would just follow the challenge, and he would, and he's another guy. He's local to me, and he would message me like, "Hey, I'm painting this thing." I'm like, "Dude, put it on your channel." "I don't have a channel." Like, "Why don't you have a channel?" "No one will want to watch me." And I'm like, "No, that's the point of this that's the whole point of the challenge, is you find out that people do want to watch, like, people get invested in your projects, and they do want to watch you. And it's one of the coolest things ever, because like even Jamjar, he didn't have a channel. He didn't have a channel for a while. And he was like waffling, like, "Oh, should I start a channel?" And then everybody's like, "Yes, start a channel. We want to see your stuff." He starts a channel, and and especially with Darth Torlin, he's a very socially shy person, and it was just like, the first video he did, he was telling me like it felt like he was dying. That's how shy he was, like, just to record his video or record his voice on a video. But now he's very comfortable. He streams on Twitch all the time, and it's a really neat. I can't say that was the intended effect of the challenge, but it's definitely something that everybody in the challenge really looks forward to. Though, is like, "Oh man, I've liked this guy's stuff. He started a channel. Now I'm like super invested." So we always tell people, like, if you're on the fence, like, start a channel.
Like I've been thinking of stuff like I mean hell, like when I was watching that stream you did with Tay, you were like, "Oh, does Marshy upload his stuff anywhere?" I'm like, "No, I don't."
Yeah.
Should I? Like,
yes, you should.
and now I've been thinking about actually doing that stuff. Like, I'm probably gonna make Instagrams soon. I just got to think of like a funny, quirky name and
for sure.
Whatnot. And
no booty shorts pics though. No booty shots. We're
my OnlyFans is premium only, so and like I got some ideas for YouTube as well. Like one idea that I had was doing like a Bad Ab War project, because I'm doing Astral Claws. I'm a massive fan of Bad Ab War. One thing I want to do is like I want to paint up each member of the chapters that were in the Bad Ab War, talk about their history and their lore, maybe like do some in-universe like dramatic readings of like short stories I've wrote or excerpts from some of the books, like real niche kind of like stuff like that, like have some editing maybe.
Well, see, that's all the other really cool bonus stuff too, right? Because
Yeah.
you start the channel. It's almost like when I started my YouTube channel on accident, and I was really just uploading stuff that I figured that my friends would want to see. I did not care. I'm like, I'm probably going to have 6 subscribers, and it's just going to be stuff specifically for them. But you come to find out, yeah, there's people out there that want to see not just stuff that you do hobby wise, but they want to see you do other things. Like they want to see you do, they want to see me get drunk and play board games. Like they want to see that other stuff. So it's cool. Like whatever you decide to put on top of the hobby aspect that you want to cover, that helps make your channel more interesting. So, so Sean's talking. You should start a channel, Sean.
I feel like a lot of that kind of comes from not necessarily like the it might not necessarily even be the content. It might just be the personality. Like for instance, the person that I think I'm really interested in the most that's participated in the challenge is Void Pirate Bazooka.
Oh yeah,
Void Captain Bazooka.
He's awesome.
And David Moffat as well. I love Moffat's Relictors.
Oh man, I got to stream with Moffat because we stream around the same time. We got to make that happen.
Oh god, you're gonna make me stay up even later. You do this on purpose.
Oh, Lucchesi, I thought your subscriber count spiked when Liz was on the thumbnail. It's not the subscriber, the view count went through the roof when my wife when she did a video. It was ridiculous. It was embarrassingly ridiculous what the view count was after she did one video. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
It's like a common thing in kind of like wargaming, the spousal intertwinement into the hobby. Like there's someone that I'm not going out with, but like pretty close, like more or less going out with.
Okay.
And a member of their family plays Warhammer, and they know about it to like a degree that most people probably wouldn't. And
sure.
I'm always nudging, like, yeah, you try it out. You try it. You do art. Come on, give it a go. And there's so much resistance and pushback. It's like a common thing, people asking their spouses or significant others or other titles.
It's a double-edged sword, obviously, right?
Yeah, I've heard like some people getting like outstaged.
I don't care about that. If we actually get into arguments about this, me and my wife, because she's like,
oh well,
because she's like, you should be making more money off your YouTube. You stream all the time. You should do that. And then I'm like, and I show her one video. I'm like, look at your one video. Here's how much money her one video. Before I made it private, I had to. Sorry, guys. It had almost 700,000 views. Her one video. It's just like a 10-minute video of her at Comic-Con talking to me about miniature gaming. And that one video has almost 700,000 views. And so I showed her that. I'm like, here's your one video and your views. Here's my over 1,000 videos and my views. If you want to make money on YouTube, you need to be the one with the channel, not me. And I would be completely happy with that, right? I don't care about being upstaged, but she was like, hey, you should make a little extra money off your YouTube. I'm like, no, why should I make pennies when you clearly have a demand? People want to see you on YouTube. They don't give a shit about me. I can paint all these little pieces all day if I want, but they want to see you, specifically in costume, running around, talking about miniature. They want to see that. But yeah. So, and then also Yvonne, right? So Yvonne she's a friend of the channel, and she got interested in miniature gaming about a year ago, and she'd been learning how to paint from me and that kind of thing, and the past year she was like, I want to learn how to play some of these games, and we started shooting some videos together with her, and her video metrics are just much higher than mine. Like, it's no secret. It's no secret whatsoever. If you want that view count, it would definitely help to have the female presence on your channel. Quite frankly, my subscriber count has stalled since. Come on, Yvonne, come back, do a video. But I'm just saying, it's true. Like, it's just a reality part of the I guess of making YouTube videos. It was really worse. It was really bad. Like when we were talking about the old Elite days, when it was like you would have random YouTube channel and they would throw half cute girl on, and guys would be like, "Oh, we need to watch this," but they didn't really do. Like, there really wasn't much hobby content in there
nowadays.
Yeah, there's still people that do that. I just don't think it's
not naming any names.
It's not as grievous as it used to be, and it was bad too, because there are some creators that really are. Well, okay, I'm just gonna say this and probably get me in a little bit of trouble or whatever. But I don't care.
I'm not involved.
Yeah, you're not involved. We don't know who you are. Okay, I'm just gonna say it though.
Bystander.
It ends well. It's a happy ending though. So,
oh god.
Anyways, when 10, 11 years ago or whatever, when Wargamer Girl started her channel, if you went back and
I forgot about her.
If you watched her early content, you could tell that she was reading off a teleprompter. You could tell that she was not comfortable with the terms of what she was describing. She did Warmahordes on her channel, and it was like, and she got a lot of shit because, and half justified, because it's like, well, this person isn't really, they're not really in the hobby per se, and especially, you could tell it was her boyfriend or whatever writing some of her conjecture, and in her original video started off very much rehearsed, very much like manufactured. So she got a lot of shit early on. But the cool thing is, like, over the years, you get to see this progression of this person that she genuinely gets drawn into the deep end of the hobby, right? She gets drawn into the deep end. She starts playing shit that I play, like in the deep, like, oh, I'm gonna play Dead Man's Hand. Well, who's heard of that game? Well, she'll play that game. Like, she learned Malifaux 2nd Edition when it was super complicated, and you could tell from her first couple of years, she quickly built her chops to where she is today, where she is just so sharp and knowledgeable that it's no longer a question. Right? She genuinely loves the hobby. She genuinely knows her stuff. Right? She could easily talk circles around most of the Warmahordes content creators these days, because she is, she's the real deal. Conversely, you had a bunch of other content creators that came out around the same time she did, that were really, that started in that same place, but they weren't interested in the games. They didn't develop, like, you could tell now, like, this is a lifelong hobby for her. And she's she's a testament of the successful, we'll say the successful female YouTuber that has the real chops, right? That is the real deal.
Certified gamer girl.
Yeah, right. And I tend to be very much against gatekeeping.
I'm not a massive fan of the distinction of I don't know. I feel
Yeah.
like people, especially in kind of nerd communities, treat women like they're a different species.
Like
I
they
don't
have
know.
to prove themselves, right?
Yeah. Like I feel like there's a lot more kind of. I know the word's been kind of like rendered null to most people, but like
Mhm.
there is legit like misogyny going off in places. You know,
It's-
not as much
it's-
as it used to, but like it is there.
Yeah, it's misogyny that comes from this very from gatekeeping, really. And gatekeeping is something that's existed in the quote unquote the nerd world since it existed. There were
Of course,
always,
it's not like this is a new phenomena. Like, you know.
but females get it the worst because we're talking about a community that is that has really never had female presence in any large number. So the suspicion automatically flows that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So yeah, no, what you're saying is absolutely true. And I was just saying, like,
Yeah.
I tend to hate the very concept of gatekeeping. Like, I think it's really awful and elitist and that kind of thing. But there is a point about the folks that that look at for whatever reason, that look at these types of communities as a means of getting attention or something that they're not really invested in. So there is something to that.
I do see that, but I feel like men can do that equally.
Definitely.
I could rattle off a few people that I think probably fall into that same category.
My whole story earlier about the elitist group of YouTubers that were trying to swallow everybody else, those were all dudes. But
Sausage fest.
They did target specifically female YouTubers. They did.
I mean, that was during the whole kind of like Gamery Gate era, which it
was actually slightly before that.
Like 2010-ish.
Yeah, they were going after female YouTubers, and in fact, one of my friends, she was a streamer here on YouTube for a while. They went after her too, and I was like, listen, here's the facts. If you want more views, yes, go hang out with these guys. Disavow me because they hate me for these reasons. Yeah. But she's like, no, I'm not interested. It's and she's another person. Like, she's like, I genuinely enjoy this hobby, and you see a lot more. I'm so happy that we see so much more of that now. But back in the day, it was girl painting, and there were like 3 people. It was girl painting, Wargamer Girl, and some other person. That was it. But now there's a lot more content creators, and it's really good.
I don't know. I don't know if this is dunking the toe back into politics, which I apologize for doing. But like, I don't know if I should ask this because it's kind of controversial inherently. What was your like feelings on like the "you will not be missed"? Thing?
Geez, we have to do a whole other stream on that.
Oh, okay.
We actually I can give you the short. Yeah, for sure. Actually, me and Sean we kind of did our reply to that because
I kind of got a hardline stance on this.
Okay, well, then we may totally upset you because we don't. But me and Sean did.
I'm not going to say which way. I mean,
okay. Well, I'll just put it to you this way.
Say which way it's
I'll put it to you this way. So, like I said, me and Sean we did our own walk through the hobby world. We did a show about that, and for reference, and I hate to point it out, but yes, you have to. So Sean is black, and obviously I'm Asian. So we were like, I guess in the points department, it was like,
POCs,
do you really want, because everybody talking about it, every prominent person talking about it was white. Yeah, the whole thing. And we're like, we got like our one little corner of the world here. Do you really want to hear what people of color in the gaming sphere have to say about that statement? Because you're not going to like it, right? So we did our stream about that. But essentially, what it boiled down to was that we didn't feel that state. I don't feel, and I'm not going to speak for Sean. I think he kind of agrees with me, but I don't feel that statement was beneficial. That part of the statement was beneficial. I really don't. I felt like that was just another means for people to do the thing that I hate most in wargaming communities, which is gatekeeping, which is sniff out the Nazi, which is like one of the funniest. To me, it's just one of the funniest, strangest things that I watch white people do all the time. That they're just convinced that the other one is a Nazi, and they wait for the person to say the keyword, and then the finger pointing starts, and I'm at the, me and Sean are at the gaming place, and like, hey man, we just want to get a game, and we were able to do that before all this bullshit happened. That's the problem. It was like it became the statement was made, and instead of the spotlight being let's all unite around this common hobby, the statement was, I say
Get
this,
people out of the hobby.
this is about me and who I want and who I don't want, and then the people on the opposite side jump in and they say, no, this is about me and who I want and who I don't want, and we're like, and me and Sean are like, you both of you guys are missing the fucking point entirely. Okay, so if you're gonna, to make that statement is a slap in the face, frankly, to and I'll pat myself a little on the back here and say, I've spent the last 20 plus years of my gaming career building communities that gaming. I've spent the last 20 years of my hobby, teaching people how to paint on the ground, in the store, in their face, teaching them how to play games. And if you want to talk to people that are experienced in building communities, I think I'm a pretty damn good resource for this kind of thing.
Definitely.
So, and my take on it is that was just not a constructive thing to say, and it was not. You could have said the first part of what you were saying, that your universe is set in this dark, horrible fascistic world, and we play in that world, but we are not of that world, and we welcome all types of players from. That's all wonderful stuff, and like, yes, I will pat you on the back for saying it. It's that last part that's like, here's a little tool for you guys to beat each other up with. That's the part that I take issue with. Because it comes from a very good intention, like it comes from a good place, it's the same attitude that caused the bigotry in the first place. So that's what I tell people, like, it's that, it's this idea that you hold moral exclusivity is what has caused all of the worst shit to happen in history. Okay, it wasn't us. It was those. It's not the Catholics inquisitors. It was those damn heathens. It's not us that drowning this girl. It was those damn witches. It's not us that we're the good upright Christian people. It's all those black folks that want to go to our schools. It's this idea that there is that one group of people hold moral exclusivity and a majority. That's the heart of the problem. And when we point at things like the Holocaust, and we point at those,
we don't need to invoke Godwin's law.
I'm just talking about.
I get your point. I get your point.
But every time that we talk about these great crimes against humanity, the lesson of history has always been, oh, let's just not do that specific thing. But this time we're right. That has been the if you looked at history and you looked at every single shitty thing that has happened, between one group of people and another group of people, it always boils down to one group of people feeling that they are morally justified to deperson and fuck the shit up of the people that are not part of that moral majority. That's all. Okay? Don't worry about the specifics of, oh, but this time we're right. Oh, but it's not us, it's these people. That entire, to my view, that entire mentality is fallacious and wrong and harmful. Okay? That's where we're coming from. So
do you want
that
to
statement,
hear my big brain?
Sure.
My big brain take. It's just that like I've got so much to like respond to now.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. So I will agree to the fact that again, like a corporate entity is a corporate entity, exists solely to make money. Therefore, it has to appeal to the West demographic. I don't think that the CEOs of GW are really tearing up about any kind of socio-political.
Oh, for sure not. Yeah.
I mean that's evident. Like the only reason companies do this is because it's that. However, whilst boiling it down to like, oh, they're companies, they're empathetically detached, they're just there to make profit, that immediately frames the argument against them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? At least in most people's minds. Now, I would say that like, whilst rhetoric, I don't know if I like rhetoric or not, because rhetoric to me is largely just kind of pointless. I believe in it's like that famous skit. I forget who did it. It's like I'm for good things and I'm against bad things.
Yeah. Sounds like Monty Python.
Yeah. We believe that our state policy will be to make more good things happen and less bad things happen. But yeah. But I think immediately condemning that inherently kind of shuts down the conversation. Now, like, who cares? They're a corporate entity,
Yeah.
Of course they're going to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the actual content of what they said, I don't believe is worthy to disagree with. Now,
sure.
Just to compare to the comparison of whenever there's like a moral upheaval in history, there's a tendency to blame the people at fault rather than the system that's in place. And so the system that's in place now, like like you compared to the Nazis and the Inquisition,
Mm-hmm.
That would be kind of like, I guess we'll call it woke culture. I guess.
Yeah.
I don't
the
like
Blue Church, dude. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I don't find woke culture to be really remotely comparable to, the Holocaust.
Okay.
Like, sure, slippery slope, I guess, whatever, but like, I ultimately feel like, because, there's a lot of kind of tensions in the world right now. I know that's never been said ever before. I mean, there's always been tensions in the world, but we live in a time of great political divide, more so than ever, and that is unprecedented. There has been a lot of political unity for the past half century, and as of recent, it's more kind of split down the middle. Now, sure, that divide causes problems. Ultimately, I like. If you're trying to foster, I'm sorry if I'm like losing my train of thought. I'm like kind of like not very coherent. If you're trying to foster a community of people, you want to make everyone feel welcome. I don't find it hypocritical to exclude people who are trying to exclude people. If you're trying to play musical chairs of everyone, but someone keeps taking the chairs away unauthorized by the organizer of the game, I'd say it's fair to get rid of them. If you're trying to play a board game and someone's not playing it properly, or saying that someone can't play, I don't see it as hypocritical to remove them, because
Yeah. I'll give you a real life example when you're done.
Yeah, my incoherent rambling.
No, it's okay.
I mean, I ultimately don't disagree with the content of the message. I believe it's corporate speak, but I believe that in the times that we live in, it is important corporate speak. Like you said, you and who was the other guy? Chris, was it?
Sean.
Yeah, Sean.
Yeah.
I mean, hearing people of color POCs, big up, talking about the issue is actually a refreshing thing, because I don't feel like they get the platform to really talk about it. I have a friend who's from Manchester who's mixed race. I have my token POC friend. Haha.
Mm-hmm.
He actually feels the same way that you guys do. He's not he's kind of like, I don't care. I've not experienced anything in the hobby. So yeah.
Well, we actually take that statement a step further, actually. Then we don't care.
You say you're actively against it because it promotes moral superiority.
Well, no, not even beyond that. When we talk about our stories of I've been alive during the time of and in the area where the Klan was actually prevalent in Connecticut, where I lived, and I was born in Kansas, and I grew up in the aftermath of the Vietnam War. I've experienced my fair share of direct racism all throughout school and growing up. It was that othering that happens to us in our regular day-to-day society that drove a lot of us gay, people of color, it drove a lot of us to places specifically like hobby, and specifically like the comic book shops, and specifically like the sci-fi arena, because the people that were a part of those communities had felt the same way we did. They were also othered by the general society. So we didn't just find it to be not caring, we found it to be welcoming, because we shared that same scar. And we are united by that activity. We're united by that hobby, to the point where like Sean is saying, you go into a hobby store, they don't give a shit what color you are. They want to know if you play the game. They want to know what army you play. They want to know, what do your miniatures look like painted. They do not. None of that stuff. It was the only place on Earth for some of us that felt like finally none of that matters. And you go in and you're united by that. And to have that shit brought from the outside world into this world was deeply upsetting. And also, I was going to share a real life story with you, because you're talking about somebody taking the chairs away from your gaming area. You're talking about somebody that is actively limiting a group or prohibiting the activity that we are all technically united around.
I don't think.
But wait a minute, hold on. I need to finish this.
All right. Okay.
So that is gatekeeping. That is othering. Okay. So in my hobby, in my decades of teaching people the hobby, and I shared this during my live stream, I have actually come across at least 2 confirmed white supremacists. Okay, in the process of teaching people gaming, I came across 2 there, and they were avowed white supremacists. And I could have, at that moment, I could have circled the wagons, and I could have said, everybody, let's kick this dude out of the store. Let's get him out of here. He doesn't belong in here. He's got the wrong ideas. His ideas are full of hate. And I would have been completely 100% justified in doing that. I did not do that. Okay? What we ended up doing was we ended up gaming with that person. We ended up playing and teaching them games and having a good time with that person. And we left all that shit at the door. And what happened over the course of the next year was that person actually started to humanize the people that he thought he hated. And and instead of this is an inclusive space for everybody except you. This became an opportunity for somebody to actually examine their belief system and see, and watch it come apart in real time. This was an opportunity, and you know that when by the time this guy moved away, he told me that, you know, hey, when I started playing, I was like, I didn't trust you, I didn't know you, I didn't like you, but now you're like, I feel like you're a great friend to me, and I can't wait to go, you know, move up north and play more games with people that I normally wouldn't have hung out with. So thank you. It's you don't fight bigotry with bigotry. You don't prejudice people. You don't beat prejudice by being prejudiced against those people. If you're talking about people that remove the chairs from gaming, if you're talking about people that actively bring it in and lead with that foot, that's one thing. Okay, yeah, that person shouldn't be there because that person is doing, again, they're committing the cardinal sin of the hobby, which is gatekeeping. But we're not talking about that. You're talking about.
Can I please get a word in?
Sure.
Not to be rude. It's just that, like, I have to remember like 4 different points.
Okay.
But no, that anecdote kind of does. And again, like I hope I don't come off as like condescending or like hostile or anything. I hope I'm not. So the anecdote that you gave, I've heard similar approximations to like there's a famous example of the that black man that went to the KKK rallies and
Daryl Davis.
He actually managed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I believe in a lot of what he says and what you spoke. No one's actually made the comparison of him with the wargame community before, and you've actually kind of shifted my opinion on this a little bit, given that context and given the anecdote. I know you shouldn't usually use anecdotes in like assessment and stuff, but I think anecdotes are important because it shows actual on the ground experience.
Mm-hmm.
But. And suppose Alan Davis, you know, this is kind of an exception to what I propose. But imagine if there was a community in which everyone in the store was, you know, a white supremacist or nationalist, and you know you were the odd one out, and they were the ones to push you out. Because I very much do believe.
Well, then you have a community problem. You have a much bigger problem than something in the game.
Exactly, but like there are parts of the Warhammer community, I believe, that have reached that problem. Not in real life, because people that hold those kind of radical views are seldom vocal about them in real life. You know, when you're on.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know you said okay. I would say generally speaking, most people.
Sure.
Most people do not resort to extremes in real life. Obviously, you said otherwise because you know you grew up in an area where the clan was and stuff. But I, as a general rule, I would say most people are quiet about their extremist view. Like if they have an extremist views, are usually hushed with them in public. You know.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are exceptions. I believe online there are. I mean. You'd have to agree there are circles online where those kind of behaviors are cultivated.
Oh yeah, that's been
especially in the 40K community.
I don't know that I could pick them out specifically personally. I've seen it. You see it in all kinds of online communities.
Of course. But I would say, considering it's a hobby that I'm a part of, that you're a part of. It's something that I've noticed. It's something that I've gauged. I've experienced and seen it firsthand.
Okay. I guess it's. I guess that puts.
But like you said though. Again, like you've kind of made me less hardline on this now that you've given me context. It does provide, I think, phrasing it in the way that we do not want you does foster more it like basically says, right, you two go. It's like locking two gerbils in a cage, making them fight for food. You know, it's like, right, you two fight.
Ultimately, if those kind of people get lost and if those people are pushed out of the community, I don't really see it as a big thing. I know you're drawing parallels between like any kind, but like there are examples of moral superiority in history. I mean, you know, it depends if you believe in object morals, but like I believe there are instances where some people are morally correct. I would say
for
it
sure,
would be
definitely.
moral.
Yeah.
I would say it is, and it's kind of based on the presupposition that like everything is like a downward spiral. Everything becomes a slippery slope. Now, yeah, this very well could become it, but I've seen more harm, at least in our niche community, caused by the people like basically I see it as more harm. I see. I can't speak. I feel like more good is being done than harm. If that makes any sense.
By the statement?
I-
by the active, you know, we're gonna. Are you saying that if the community were to unite around this idea that we stand against racism and bigotry in all its forms, and we're gonna actively keep that out of our community? Are you saying that does more good than harm? Am I correct in that?
I would say as a general rule, yes.
Okay.
You know, no, I know it's you know I believe in good things and bad, and you know I believe good things should happen and bad things ought not.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, anything can be a slippery slope. You know, it can become gatekeeping. It can become this, and it is a form of gatekeeping. But I don't really consider being, you know, kind of haranguing people on the basis of them wanting to exclude people on the basis of who they are irrelevant outside of the game to their game. I don't see that as gatekeeping. I see that as opening a community up. If there's less factors that are present to reduce you from entering the hobby, then you are more likely to join the hobby. And unfortunately, like the corporate woke culture, that's the way that companies work. Companies to make money have to cast the widest net. In order to cast the widest net, you have to have a diverse audience. If there are people that are antithetical to that, it's within their interests.
Okay.
And thus the community's interest to get rid of them.
So I also brought this up during the stream too, that when you it's really interesting that you go to some of these my friend she goes to game developer conferences, and and in these conferences they always have there's always a seminar, you know, increasing diversity in gaming, right? How to remove fascism from gaming. And
okay, I've heard not to put in, but I've heard that these like force like I don't want to say forced diversity because cringe, but like these like diversity seminars, they've been shown to actually increase resentment, I believe. I don't know.
Sort of. I'll just come out and say it. That shit is directly othering, man. Like when I've gone to places like that, and there's, you know, diversity in gaming, and you look in the room and it's like 100% white people, I'm like, nah, man, I am definitely not going in that room. Like, because if they ask me my opinion, I would walk in that room. Well, what do you think? Well, first off, step one, everybody get the fuck out of this room. Like, shut up, just go away. You're the problem. And then I would just go. That would be me. And again, I'm pretty. Yeah. I don't have the best or the most, I guess, approved of views. I'll give you another anecdote. This happened 3 years ago now. No, maybe more. 3 or 4 years ago. I was at my local shop, and the local and this whole area, Southern California, super diverse area, right? I'm not gonna. If I showed you a picture of our Guild Ball meta, you know, we're well over 50% non-white. We have gays in there. We have everything in there, right? We're like the model that everybody swears that they need in their life. Yeah. Anyways, I'm in my local shop, and I'm just looking at merch, and it's Thursday night. There's a gaming night going on, and there's these two girls that are in the gaming room, and they pop their head over and look at me, and then they walk up to me, and they say this to me. They say, "Hey, can you go game in that room? There's entirely too many white people in that room." And they say that with a straight face, and I look at them, and I say, "No." Basically, like that, and that was the most racist shit that's happened to me in a gaming store in years. Maybe the only racist thing that's ever happened to me in a gaming store. It's this idea that we're gonna grow diversity if we have to turn these people into props.
Yeah, I've heard similar.
That's where okay, yes, we're on the right side of this moral equation. We get to fucking tell people what to do, how to behave, where to act. That's where the danger of quote unquote being right can really mess with you, because you've suddenly forgot you've got the goal in mind, and you've suddenly forgot that the people, the diversity that you want so bad involves other sentient, independently thinking human beings that don't believe the same way you do. And that was the whole point of the stream I did with Sean, is if people really spent the time to understand what quote unquote gamers of color, what we really think, you would immediately understand that we do not look at this situation with the same eyes or the same filters that you do, and therefore your solutions do not make sense to us. Your solutions as in the greater, this is the answer, we're totally going to do this, and this will cause more diversity in gaming. I'm telling you right now, none of that shit makes sense to us, because that wasn't the reason.
Okay.
That wasn't the reason that got us into gaming. That's not the reason why we get other people into gaming. And you're just missing, to us, from at least from my own viewpoint, you're missing the point entirely. And it's become this, let's count the brown and black people, which is probably the most racist, insulting shit I could think of in gaming. Right?
Okay, so I've got two things to that. So the whole counting POCs thing, that stems from, as I said before, the corporate model now is to be as diverse as possible.
Wait, why are we POCs though? Why do we make that distinction? Why do we make that distinction to begin with?
Filipino.
Why? Where does that come from? I mean, why does that have to be the very first filter? Why does there have to be a filter?
I mean, look, I'm going to agree with you. I don't think you should, I don't think that these things that we ascribe to be distinguishing characters should be really noted at all.
The entire strategy, as I see it, and it should be, there should only be two labels. There should be gamer, not gamer. And how do we get not gamer to become gamer? It should never have. Never have anything to do with the circumstances of that person's birth. It should just never do that, because you're running the same engine. The engine that
can I continue
go ahead.
Thing, please. Thank you. But no, I'm in agreement with you. I don't think that any of these things should be distinguishing qualifiers for anything. The sad thing is most people do. You look at a person who's not of the same race as them, they'll probably mark it in some way because, oh, that's unusual. If you live in an area where they're not as POCs aren't common, you'll mark it as a distinction. Maybe you'll have positive connotations, maybe you'll have negative connotations. I'm not promoting that. This is like the way that corporations have kind of utilized the aspect of being of a base of like wokeness, I guess. And yeah, it's effectively weaponizing crudely kind of diversity as like a cudgel. Now, I do see the inherent immoral for that, because it's basically companies making money off of treating people like their quotas. but I don't see being woke as being racist. Obviously, those two
I do.
individuals.
I'll just tell you right now, I totally do. But we'll get into that in a second.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't want to definitively say that. I would say that being woke is not mutually exclusive to being racist or not racist. People can be woke and racist. People can be racist and not woke. Woke, it's a double-edged sword. I believe being woke is a tool because people can be woke for genuinely good purposes and reasons and implement it in a way that's natural and ethical, and you can have it the way that those two treated you.
Yeah.
So just to clarify that. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's more of a nuanced take. But it's just a corporatization of wokeness that it is the issue when it becomes condescending and
not for me.
You said, counting heads.
No, I'm just gonna say this completely, totally unpopular opinion, but I feel like if you pop the hood open of the vehicle that is wokeness, you'll see that it's running off the same engine that bigotry runs off of. You'll see that they run off the same set of assumptions. They run off the same. They use the same exact.
You could say that about anything, though.
No,
you could say that about any social identifiers. You could.
You can't say that about folks that genuinely put apathy first. I literally have no fucks to give. The people that do that first are the least bigoted people because they don't give a fuck about anything. When you start the conversation of this person is this to me, this person, I observe that this person is black, I observe that and I'm thusly, this is going to fill my head with these thoughts, and therefore I need to behave in such a manner. You are literally working off of the same engine, off of the same operating system where bigotry is founded, and there's no way you're going to combat bigotry from the same starting point. That is my take on the entire thing. And I don't care if people agree or disagree with that, but we're talking about literally here we're talking about the story of my life, okay? Because, like I said, that was my upbringing. That's where I came from, and I fought the rest of my life understanding that yes, people out there are going to hate me for no reason. That yes, people out there, they're not going to give me a fair shake. It's going to be harder for me to get things the same way that the people around me are going to get. And I understand that, and I have to operate with that understanding. And I wish it was different, but it's not. And the only way that I can make that different is to get people to get individuals to see me as another individual. And that's how I've lived my entire life. That's why I am where I am today. That's, when my wife says something, she said this to me, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, which was really interesting, but these days would be considered deeply racist. She says, I don't even think about what race you are. Like, it just doesn't even matter to me. You're just my husband. I love you. And that's what we do. And that was the goal, at least when I was growing up. That was the goal, was to go through your life. And yeah, you have this setback, right? But you're aware of it. But your goal is to get people, to me, and in my life, in my everyday dealings, my race is about the 14th, 15th most, the one of the last details that you get about me from knowing me above all of these other things. It's those other things that make me a person, that humanize me for other people. And to start on that 14th or 15th detail and to lead in with that, that's a problem for me. I have a significant problem with that.
Like I said, though, I'm in agreement with the fact that wokeness can be a negative and derisive tool. However, when you're talking about meeting people on the street, sure. When you're talking about laws,
I believe you need to have a sense of
Oh, for
wokeness to a degree.
No, but
And,
yeah, okay.
No, you do. No, because there are inequalities between racial subsects in the world, and I believe that
Are we talking?
wokeness.
Are we talking affirmative action now? Because that's
No, not necessarily. No, I mean potentially.
I can tell you about
But again,
affirmative action.
but again, hold on. I don't want to get into that because there's
Okay.
so many different variables. My basic thing is that like there are places in the world where different people are treated differently in negative ways, and
Yes,
I believe
it's called planet
I'm-
Earth. Yes, everywhere in the
Yes.
world, that is a thing.
Yeah, I'm aware. However, I believe it's moral to kind of balance that out a bit.
I believe
I mean,
that
like,
it's
I mean, like, being against segregation would be a woke ideology,
Is
would
it?
it not?
You might look into
I
that,
would say
brother.
so, yeah, because I would say so, yes, because you're being conscious of someone else's.
Do you know where they're going? You know where wokeness is going? They're going back towards segregation. You do know that, right?
I have observed that in some.
Would you like me to share that? They are going back that way. We're coming full circle.
I don't know. I mean, from what I've seen, I believe the opposite side of the coin to be a much larger threat. I believe.
Okay.
But then again, I don't have perspective like you do. I you know, maybe the world isn't as wrong as I think it is. You know, I'm willing to admit my own ignorance.
Well, I mean, we are. Yeah, there's actually a lot. There's actually a big push for that. If you talk about, look at the Chaz. The Chaz started to segregate almost immediately.
Yeah.
They're like, okay.
I don't like the Chaz. I think that like there's.
But that's
Mm.
where it's not. But the Chaz isn't a fluke. The Chaz, that level of segregation, it didn't just happen in the Chaz. It happened in Occupy Wall Street. It happened in. It happens in the Democratic Socialists of America. It happens in all of the wokeness. To say that anti-segregation is not woke, that's just flat out wrong. Like, you have to follow the trail. Like, there's countless examples of them getting back to the point where they agree that really the best way to achieve harmony is for your like to be with your like. And I live as living proof of fuck you, fucking you're wrong, right? That's not okay under any circumstance. You know, the law was on the books in California specifically, that's just a few years older than me, that said that a Filipino man specifically cannot marry a white woman. That was on the California law. And that's... And I have yet to see these woke, you know, I have yet to see them push to a point that does not end in segregation, because that's where they go. That's where this ends, because again, you're running on the same engine that bigotry runs on. You're running on the same set of presuppositions and assumptions and frankly beliefs that white supremacy runs on. And where do you think it's going to go? That's where that goes.
I mean, I think that like there's a lot of kind of. I mean, I get what you're saying, and they're legitimate concerns, and it has kind of shaped and actually given me context and legitimately made me revise what I think a little bit.
Even like,
but hold on. I just think that people complaining about like, you know, oh, this Disney character is now a black person. I don't think that's the end of the world. I don't think that's a step towards, you know, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a much smaller argument. That's
what I'm mainly talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I see both sides of that. I see both sides of that, right? So, for example, let's take.
Okay, can I just? Just one last thing, I'll let you go.
Okay.
The whole idea of quote unquote forced diversity to me is just the other side of forced homogeny. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just as
Okay,
bad.
so I okay, yeah. So I mean, how do you force diversity? Okay, I get how. That was a silly question to ask. I don't know.
I'm not saying we're going to solve it all tonight.
I like to end the political discussion. That's right, because like I feel like you clearly know a lot more about this than me. I'm a layman. I don't understand. These
No,
issues.
I know a lot less than you do, I think. Because I don't, and I don't say that with any sense of irony. The reason why I would say that is because, frankly, and I've come to this conclusion, again, it's another shitty conclusion, unpopular. But I've come to this conclusion that my generation is significantly less racist than your generation. And therefore, when I say that there's not a problem, I don't have a problem within my own generation, but I don't understand your generation. And therefore, when you tell me that there is a real problem with white supremacy, and I say no, there's not, I'm being very ignorant of what you're observing, right? So I can only speak to.
I mean,
I can only.
There are figures out there that, like, you know, there are like figureheads that champion those kind of things. Whereas I would argue back in your generation, they weren't really a thing.
No, it won't.
Well,
like, okay, I'll give you a perfect example of this. Okay, so I almost feel like this divide is, in a lot of ways, it's more generational than it is. Than it is the actual, you know, race sex thing. For example, you know, when I was in high school, the high school I went to was like 35% black, you know, 55% Hispanic. Like, it was pretty brown and black high school I went to, and most of my friends in high school were black, right? And we've kind of, you know, we all kind of grew up together, and we're still friends on Facebook and that kind of thing. And when I get their take on what's going on, that their take is very similar to mine. Like, which our take is like, what the fuck is this shit? I thought we beat it. Like, I thought we defeated this. Why is this back? Why is it worse? Why is it worse than it was when we were coming up? Like, this wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we had in our day, and I'll put it. I'll give you. I'm sorry for giving you the anecdotes, but I'm gonna just give you this one last story here that I think is really that I was been thinking.
I mean, like, you're always going to be able to out anecdote me because
this one I think is really kind of interesting. Okay, so because this one is everybody's familiar with this. So in the 90s, everybody remembers Rodney King, right? Everybody remembers what the police did to Rodney King and the riots that happened in LA. Obviously, at that time, I'm in high school, going into college, so I'm very relevant in that time, and I remember that shit vividly. Okay, and I remember how upset I was at the police and how you know how racially unjust this whole thing was, and so we come out of that, and then suddenly a year later, O.J. Simpson's being tailed by the police in downtown LA. And it's the trial of the century. And I remember specifically I watched that trial almost every day. I watch at least 15 minutes of it every day, and I discuss it with my parents and that whole thing. And I remember looking at fact and evidence and all of that and saying, well, but they're still racist. They're still racist, so let's let this guy off. I remember that. Being like, oh my God, like that Mark Furman guy, wow, what a piece of trash. What a bunch of Nazis. What is the matter? There's white supremacy everywhere. And I remember, like, Ron Goldman would get on TV, the father of Nicole, and I would be like, what a whiny crybaby. And the press at the time would paint him that way. And the media at the time would paint OJ as this beloved kind of
like tragically accused figure.
Yeah, tragically accused. This is all racism. This is Rodney King all over again. And there were mountains and mountains and mountains of evidence that were presented, and all of us collectively said, who cares? we don't care. We're going to be on the right side of history. And then what happened? And then what happened? And then
this to me just seems like
when the trial ended, there were literally people in the streets. Again, I'm in LA. I'm in Southern California. There were literally people in the streets celebrating, and we thought that this great victory had been won, that justice had been served. I remember. I'm just telling you this because I remember specifically being on the wrong side of history. And I may be one of only 4 people to admit, because you'd be damn hard pressed to get anyone to admit these days that they were supporting OJ during this, because everybody's on the right side of history all the time. Looking back, they're always on the right side of history. But anyways, I remember the media. I remember mainstream culture. I remember everybody and their mom telling me that this is the right and moral thing to do and you need to be on this side. And then I remember being less than 5 months out and everybody going, oh shit, he actually did that. You know what I'm saying?
So to me, this anecdote ultimately bubbles up to be, at least to me, hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I mean, anyone can potentially be right, anyone can potentially be wrong. Like, you know.
So when your conviction, my point is this.
Hold on, I feel like the issue is though this kind of prohibits anyone from taking any stance on anything because they could be wrong, morally speaking.
No, I wouldn't. But okay. I'm
extrapolating a lot. Sorry.
Sure.
I shouldn't have done that.
It's okay.
But I feel like that kind of mindset makes it so that like you're not able to take hard stances on things. Now, sure, like again, I don't really have a political ideology. I know it's a thing to, you know. I've been bounded about a lot, mainly center left, maybe being pushed to go a bit lefter than I think I should sometimes. I'm kind of like in between ideologies. Right, I'm not 100% sure what I think. I mean, I'm basically a kid still. You know, I don't know what the fucking world is. You know, I'm experimenting and I'm exploring to see what's right for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think talking to you has actually been a big help, actually. And I'd actually like to talk more frankly in private potentially at some point.
Oh, for sure, man. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm right. All I'm saying is I remember what it means to be wrong.
Yeah,
How about that?
Yeah, of course. and that does actually kind of speak to me because, again, privately, I probably hold some positions that, like, in hindsight, after speaking to someone that actually has legit experience, you know, maybe I need to evaluate some of the things that I believe in.
But I mean, that's the whole point of
that's what people should do. Everyone should constantly evaluate what they believe in, because if you don't, you just become set in a mindset.
But it's I will say this though. I mean, for me, it's very scary and confusing to see what's going on in the world because, like I said, I feel like, and Sean's kind of got it here. Yeah, it is generational. He also thinks it's generational. And he's talking about Blazing Saddles, which I think should be mandatory education for everybody. There's my hard stance. I think everybody needs to watch Blazing Saddles and enjoy a good laugh.
I struggle to sit through it. My skin starts crawling.
Oh man! See, he pointed out people younger than me couldn't watch that movie.
It's funny, but like you know, you feel bad about finding it funny.
But here's the thing. And I say this all the time, right? Nobody laughs at Asian jokes louder than Asians do, and because we think it's funnier than you do. But the thing is, there is a great beauty in that I think gets overlooked. Is in that, yeah, it's ridiculous and silly and it's demeaning, but it humanizes people. It's a really weird phenomenon that I don't think gets the kind of airplay these days. And again, I'm ignorant of this generation, so I don't know if maybe it would just cause people to commit mass suicide. I don't know, but there is something to that like when people share their culture and they share it in a very funny and yes, self-deprecating way, that it humanizes people, and I think that's really.
I do agree. I do agree that self-deprecation is one of the most human. I mean, I agree with that on the basis of not. I mean, of racial, but
there gets
but,
to a
like,
point where
yeah, of course, but like that, like self-deprecation, at least to me, is the mark of someone that is humble, and I
Mhm.
believe a humble, self-critical person is someone that I want to be friends with. I
Oh,
believe
yeah.
someone that's humble and self-critical is able to look at themselves objectively and poke holes in themselves. They're not grandiose. So I agree just on the basis of that, because if it works at a personal level, then surely it works at a racial level.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. I'm a firm believer in that, and I tell my friends this. I told one of my friends this most recently. I'm like, look, and he's a white guy that's really into Asian shit, and I'm an Asian dude married to a white woman, and I'm like, look, why don't we I'll just call you a weeb. You can call me a self-hating person, and we get on with our lives, and we're still friends. Like, we think that, like, that's funny to me, but that's like, okay, yeah, it's funny. We can laugh at that, and then also kind of just appreciate this is all kind of silly at the end of the day, right? We're
Yeah.
talking about the melanin content of, or what somebody has in between their legs, or where they want to
Or their
put it.
cancel tilt.
Yeah, or their canthal tilt. This is all silly, spurious, meaningless shit at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And the more opportunities that you have to genuinely connect with people and be present for people, that's really the key to fixing all of this, whatever this is. And that's just been that is a hardline stance that I take, is that it comes down to being able to humanize other people. Then you realize, like, wow, we're doing some really horrendous shit to them. And that's where your sense of justice comes from, though, is you understand from the get-go, yeah, these are people that are being unfairly treated, that are operating in a system that is very biased against them. And there's great value in understanding that, for sure. I just think that there's so many other things that need to be considered, that really frankly, there's no way to shortcut it. That this is going to take real effort, and no amount of Instagramming or that's not going to fix it.
But like, what's the route to doing it, though? Obviously, Twitter's social media is not the route. But like,
the route
I feel like the steps that we're taking now, though, don't enforce that.
right.
I feel like the track that we set ourselves don't end. The end goal of the current world,
Mhm.
what's going off,
I think
isn't the way to do that.
I think that the route to fixing it is it's harder, but it's worthwhile. It's figuring out or making more opportunities to unite people around other things. Frankly, around other things, and that's why I love the hobby so much, because it's one of the reasons, because it unites. We're united in purpose around this, and it doesn't matter, any of that stuff. Are all the biological data, or even the political data. None of that matters.
Yeah.
The more things like this that we do, that even, look at this hobby has given you and I this opportunity to just have a real conversation about something. We saw each other.
I didn't even really know you a week ago.
Yeah.
Yet already we,
Let's say we just met out on the street.
I'm sharing intimate ideas that I'm not 100% sure I'm with a total stranger across the world.
Oh, for sure. And likewise.
That's what the hobby does.
Right, but and had we just met in the street or at a voting booth or something, we're like, "Fuck you! You voted for that guy." No, we would be at each other's.
I'm so happy that we've maintained a civil discussion on this, because a lot of these conversations tend to devolve into just screaming matches.
Exactly, but what did we have to have in place in order to have that discussion? Right, there had to be some base
Unifying
level,
factor, like the hobby.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I think it's a much harder route. I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but I do think that the more, if society at large, and if we as and media, and if we played more into this aspect of, hey, we've got a lot in common. There's a lot of similarities here. At the end of the day, people want a lot of the same things, and let's enjoy those things together. I think at least that's a start, right? At least that gives us the opportunity to have discussions like this. I think right now you turn on the, geez, I'm old person. You turn on, you turn on your feed, and everything is this person versus that person, this group versus that group. The pattern there is that everything is a pick this, or you're a horrible person on this side, or you're a horrible person on this side. And there's very little out there these days that are like, hey, look, there's a group of people and we all do these things together. That's a start, as I see it. Like that's a start. And it would require thousands and thousands of more efforts like this to get people.
I mean, like you said, it humanizes. My issue is that it's like, without the rhetoric of the statement, there could be potential to humanize and value the opinions that cause derision and cause more fracturing and less unity.
Yes,
that's my problem.
Yes, but the negative to that is that you could potentially shut down the marketplace of ideas, right? The marketplace of ideas. You accept the fact that there's going to be shit in here, but you have to have the functioning whole. If you start discriminating. And I don't mean that in the racial way, but if you start discriminating one part versus another, and you don't allow these things to vet out, and you don't allow these ideas to compete, then you run the risk of you're on this track now, and without knowing it, you might be set on the wrong track. Like I said,
the issue is though these the free marketplace of ideas. Again, shouldn't really happen in certain spaces. Like, I don't want to engage in the free market of ideas.
Yeah.
I don't want to engage in the free market of ideas when I'm trying to, build a, space marine.
No, yes.
Or do an edge highlight.
1,000% agree. Yes. Totally agree.
The hobby space should be a hobby space.
Yes, 1,000% agree.
and the game. And the marketplace can, keep in mind, be rigged, either right or wrong, depending on whatever it is. If the social conditions are right, bad can become good, and good can become bad.
Yeah.
And I believe that, in certain isolated areas, I mean, ultimately, I don't really think we can come to a solid conclusion because, we won't have numbers on it ever. I believe the statement will cause. I don't want to say it causes less division.
Oh, you're talking. We're back at the Games Workshop statement, right?
Yeah. I don't want to say. I want to say it causes less division and more unity. I want to say it.
Well, here's the thing. I consider it a wash personally. I think it's going to do just as much harm as good because because you and I are having this conversation right now, which I think is causing a lot of good.
Yeah, I agree.
But there are other people that are not in that realm of being able to see one another, where their conversations are probably causing some harm. So I consider it a wash personally. But I don't know.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We don't know
because people extrapolate. They apply, racism more broadly than, if someone makes an edgy joke. Hold on. Oh no.
Ah, no! I've been found out. Leave.
3 o'clock, you've got your induction.
Go! I'm busy.
With that, Marshall.
Ah, no! I've been.
Your
Go!
induction at 3 o'clock. What are you going to do?
Yes.
I think the referees came in and ended our conversation here, but that's okay because I got to get up in like 3.5 hours and go to work. So it's probably really good timing anyway. Because yeah, I
Can't
do
believe that
have.
happened.
I do
Pog.
have. What's that?
This is a pog moment.
Oh. Well, yeah,
I can't believe that actually just happened.
yeah. But we should. I think this has been super fun. I think we need to. I do think that it's really good to have conversations like this.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I do have, like I said, I do have to wake up in about 3 hours and get ready for work, and I have to.
Yeah.
I have to get ready for our Guild Ball game, Sean, and my Batman game. So, all right, guys. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna head out, but it's really been great having you on the feed. It was super fun, and yeah, and I'm glad we're friends, and yeah, I hope that we have more discussions like this because I think it's important. I don't think this is being like you said. I think that the discussions on forums and Twitter and that stuff just ends up being
so impersonal.
It's so impersonal. It's abbreviated, and people just really.
I maintain that no one has ever had their mind change in a major political position they hold over Twitter or over text.
I think that's a pretty safe bet.
I mean, it's a generalization, but
no, if you're putting money down on that, I'm gonna put money down on that line as well. I think you're right. I totally think
social media is the fast food of conversation. You know, you do it to complain at people you don't like or agree with. You don't do it to challenge yourself or think critically or whatever.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I'm gonna call it here. It's been awesome. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll get together soon.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. Have a good night.
See you, man.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching. Wow, I really got to get up early. I'll see you tomorrow, Sean. Good night.